Hello, good morning. Live Darts is back. It's like it's never been away. It's the second day of our second Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series 12. Female throwers fighting it out to be crowned the Women's Week champion. And before we get into today's action, here's a quick reminder of what you may have missed on Monday.
Pressure on the finishing there though. Trina Gulliver, the first topless checkout of the week. Threatened to 135 in the previous. Good takeout. Great double 10. She's taking out a great top. Shots that just gel things together. Below it is the biggest finish we've seen so far. Trina Gulliver top trumps in the darts.
Top tungsten from Lisa Ashton. Hayter gets it done. A 3-0 win for Gemma Hayter, meaning she is top of the table. 10 points, 5 wins from as many matches. And Matthew Edgar's alongside me to answer that question. Well, actually, a different question. Who impressed the most on day one for you?
It depends on what way you look at that, really. If we look at performance, it's Lisa Ashton, statistically the performer of the day. But if you're looking purely on results, it has to be Gemma Hayter, only losing 4 legs across the day. Yes, she didn't play her best. She said that herself, and that was backed up as well with the statistics. But if you're not going to play your best and you're only going to lose 4 legs, it makes it very interesting for day 2.
Yeah, they are the results from yesterday. As Matt said, Hayter winning all her games, Lisa Ashton only losing to Gemma. And there are other players battling out pretty much for third place, it seems. Steph Clark didn't get a win to her name. She's bottom of the table on 0 points. But that 3 above her, Trina Gulliver, Viinikainen and Vicky Pruim, are we looking at today as really important for those to see who emerges as a favourite for a Group B spot?
I wouldn't be surprised if Steph Clark picked some wins up today as well. She's not as bad as a player sitting at the bottom of the table who won very limited in regards to legs. She's going to get closer today. Just maybe a little bit nervous here on debut, and as the day went on, did sort of pick it up a little bit. But like I say, that middle sort of chasing pack at the moment, they're all going to want Group B. Mathematically a big advantage, but also when we look at the lineup of the players that are coming into Group C, you want to avoid that group because only 2 players going through on the 6, and there's some real quality coming in.
Yeah, well, let's start with that sort of clash at the top. It's a battle between Gemma Hayter and Lisa Ashton. Both players spoke to us yesterday and were very aware of that themselves. Gemma said she wasn't too pleased with her performances, but of course was with the results, only dropping 4 legs, as you said. What did you make of her? What do you expect to see today?
Well, it just shows the quality she's got and why she's so highly regarded in the women's game and why we think she's going to go on to big things and really challenge Fallon Sherrick and Bo Greaves at the very top of the women's game, because she didn't play her best, but yet lost 4 legs and cruised through the day. And when we look ahead to what this week could be for her, I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking here at the first player to get the 15 wins from a Group A 15 possibility.
Well, Lisa Ashton will be out to stop her. As you mentioned, statistically the best player yesterday. I thought what was really promising for her is how comfortable she looked, because she has had injury troubles herself, but she was doing things like this at will yesterday. That's encouraging, isn't it?
And she'll be happy with that as well. Not in regards to just the performance, but the fact she felt comfortable, the fact she felt sort of pain-free. There was no anticipation to it. We spoke yesterday about times she's been down here before and she's had to switch to the 19s just because it's not as hard of a throw playing down on the bottom end of the board, and there was no signs of that yesterday. She played with freedom. She's looking good this morning. She's talking well. So that's really encouraging signs, especially when we look at what her ambitions and plans are for the year, and maybe just having that little bit of time off after Lakeside this year just to sort of reflect on things and just to rest up has certainly done her well.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there's 3 players on 4 points, Trina Gulliver, Vicky Pruim and Viinikainen. I want to talk about Kirsty because she's kind of very different in her approach to the rest of the players, but she did make the finals night of the first Women's Week and she showed flashes of what she can produce. Is she the kind of player who could emerge and have a really good day?
Yeah, she's been around quite a long time, and you know, when we look at where she is now and where she's going, it's almost like she's going up a level, and she's been winning titles for 12 plus years on the WDF and the old BDO system. But I think with the new sort of practice regimes, the practice partner she's got, and everything that's sort of in her personal life now, I think that she's finding sort of an area she can be comfortable and develop with the game as well. And the ladies' game has been a lot about finances as well, and that's something that's not too much of an issue for her at the moment. She's allowed to go and travel. She's allowed to go and chase the points and try and get back to Lakeside again and to do the women's series. And there's actually now money within the women's game that she can sort of recoup that as well. So I think we're going to see a lot more of her out there. And the more she goes out and plays, I think she's someone who's just going to continuously get better.
Right, let's take a look at the odds then. Gemma Hayter actually now an odds-on favourite to win this group. She's also, of course, a favourite to win the week. Lisa Ashton, 13-8 second favourite, and then big prices really for everybody else. Do you think that's about right?
Well, we said it's between two players, and you don't need us to point it out any further. The odds do the story for you. They think there's only two players in the running here. I think there's value, but on Gemma Hayter, yes, she's odds on here, but she hasn't played the best yet, and what happens when she does? That's the worrying sign for the rest of the pack here. If she beats Lisa Ashton again today, I can't see anybody else getting the victory against Gemma Hayter. Could be done by the end of today.
And if you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. It's 18 plus gambleaware.org. Right, the first match is ready to get underway. It is a repeat of that game between two good friends in Gemma Hayter and Steph Clark. Hayter winning that game 3-0 yesterday, and Robbie Dove spoke to Gemma earlier this morning.
Well, Gemma, welcome back. Day 2 here of Women's Week number 2. 5 wins out of 5. How do you reflect upon yesterday?
I'm happy with the wins. I wasn't totally happy with my performance. I feel like I've got more to come. But yeah, we'll just, as long as I keep winning, I don't really mind.
Is that a case of kind of betting into the event as it occurs, do you think? Because now 5 games under the belt here at Women's Week 2.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think I feel fine. I feel settled. I think the consistency isn't there. I'll have a good leg and then maybe not follow it up. But yeah, hopefully that'll come today.
Does it make you feel kind of confident that even though you're not in your A game, you can still grind out those wins? And I say grind out, 4 legs lost all day.
Yeah, it does make me confident. But then I'm also kind of waiting for it to come. So hopefully I won't have to wait that long, and it does come eventually.
Can we go early and say, are you even thinking about those 15 wins? Something that's never been done in this building before.
No, I'm not thinking. As long as I get through, I don't really want to be in Group B or C. I want to kind of get it done and dusted, not play the 5 days and have the 2 days off. So that's the main aim.
You've had success in this building before. WADC made a Saturday as well on a regulation Modus Super Series week. Does that kind of stand you in good stead?
I think so. There's a few girls here that haven't kind of experienced like a full week at Modus. So yeah, I think I've definitely got that experience, and hopefully that'll help me along.
And lastly, Gemma, if you've got one target for 2025, what is it?
I think we'll focus on the match play, really, making the match play next summer. This summer. So yeah, that's a big one at the minute.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Spectacular from Gemma Hayter. Gemma Hayter has full control of this contest. What a start, what a finish from Gemma Hayter.
Well, she may have the surname Hayter, but we love her here at the Modus Super Series. Gemma taking on Steph Clark in the opening match of Tuesday's ties, a match that she concluded a perfect day on Monday with a 3-0 win, although maybe it was a poorest performance of the lot. They are really good friends, this pair, and Gemma did say that she hated playing against Steph. The 31-year-old local to Portsmouth here, just down the road in Gosport, of course, reached a final, or a finals night in Series 9, also won the WADC event that was held here at the Live Lounge last year. Steph Clark played in that event herself, 34 years of age from Shrewsbury, making her debut in a Modus Super Series tournament. And Matthew Edgar is alongside me, said that you expect Steph to maybe pick up a few points today.
Yeah, there's a lot more in there than Steph Clark showed yesterday. She only picked up 4 legs. They came in the first couple of games.
First. Game on.
And then she lost the last 3 games to 0. Seen Steph Clark out on the PDC Women's Series. We've seen her represent England. Seen her on county stages for many, many years. And with that, we know there's a lot more in than what she's shown. And it is quite hard when you come here and not only are you playing now in a televised tournament, but you're playing in here with a lot of reputations.
140.
Multiple-time world champions, and she's now got to start the day off against arguably one of the most exciting talents in the ladies' game.
Yeah, targeting that world match player she mentioned in Blackpool in July. Maybe it'll be London in December as well for Gemma Hayter if she has a very good campaign on the Women's Series in 2025. And the way she performed at that Women's Amateur Darts Circuit event here at the Live Lounge, who would back against her 4-0 thrashing of Fallon Sherrock in the final. Not here, of course, Fallon playing at qualifying school along with Bo Greaves. Greaves entering in stage 2. We will give you updates on that. Of course, we're fans of all darts here at the Super Series, and I'm sure we'll have a few graduates, as usual, at Q School that played at the Super Series last year and go on to get the tour cards, but we'll also have a few coming the other way.
60.
Speaking of the women's match play race, Gemma Hayter currently sat in 6th position, £400 clear of the cut-off at the moment, with Lisa Ashton trying to chase her down, where Steph Clark just 6 places outside of the match play herself.
88.
She just missed a big number there, but shouldn't be too much drama on return. It's single to double for Hayter to claim a 4th straight leg against Clark.
78.
And a first of the day.
Gemma, you require 43. Game shot on the first leg. Gemma Hayter.
No drama, no fuss, but I think we've seen again here very early in the reactions of Gemma Hayter. There we just see her shaking her head as she's enjoying some H2O. Doesn't really
30.
feel very settled. I wonder how much of that does come down to being the favourite, that maybe she's putting on herself that she needs to produce even more than a normal levels. I can certainly support this in regards to a time where I've played on the Pro Tour, and you'll play your first game, and I remember
100.
playing the opening round, I had 102 average, and the next round playing Raymond van Barneveld, and I thought, I've got to step it up. And you don't. 102 would be fine if you can maintain the level. But you feel like you need to find more all the time when you're in scenarios, and that could be what we're seeing here with Gemma Hayter, that maybe she feels nothing's good enough
35.
because she's trying to play to essentially the expectation.
Yeah, she spoke very sensibly yesterday about sort of walking before she could run, as she put it. Just trying to have that linear progress rather than
80.
explode. But sometimes you don't have a choice about that, do you? So you go to a darts tournament, you keep winning.
83.
Reference playing in the same youth team as Luke Humphreys, who's given her plenty of inspiration.
100.
You do get those sort of stories, don't you? You look at Ted Ebbets at the moment, who was here last year and is out there trying to get his PDC tour card back. And when he was dominating the development tour,
83.
Luke Humphreys, Dimitri Vandenberg was all behind him. And they've all gone on to win big titles. And with that, it can be inspiring or frustrating.
42.
Options here for Hayter.
Gemma, you
Double
require
19 is the
38.
target if she opts to go that way. Now, she could split again, but she's moving instead. Maybe there was a better way there.
36. Steph, you require
I
111.
don't think she wanted to leave double one, judging by that reaction.
Well, has no choice now.
37.
Only one way.
Gemma, you require 2. Game shot.
Maybe she did want to leave it.
Gemma Hayter.
Scores 2 to win leg 2.
Third leg. It's Gemma to throw first. Game on.
See there, just a very unusual grip there for Gemma Hayter, isn't it? She throws it right on the front of the barrel.
45.
And what's interesting is that the darts don't completely lay down. You normally get the sort of flight pointing down to the floor
55.
when you Hold it there, right at the front of the barrel, all the tungsten behind the grip. And she's throwing quite a straight barrel, which means the balance point is
45.
going to be in the middle of the dart, so she's right in front of the balance point. Very unusual. We've not really seen that since sort of the likes of
100.
Peter Manley many years ago used to hold it right on the tip of the dart.
$140.
Doesn't mean you have to sort of loop the dart a little bit more. Spends a little bit longer time in the air.
97.
Yeah, great shot there, showing exactly where she grips that dart.
45.
Maybe lost the grip of it a little bit with that last dart.
$60.
When you've got something a little bit peculiar like that, it doesn't mean it's not possible. It just means you have to work harder.
140.
You just have to practice more. It becomes a bit more of a manufactured throw.
I think both players will be glad to get this game out of the way.
25. Gemma,
Neither
you
enjoying
require
playing in it.
86.
Not going to take out in this visit now.
78. Steph, you require
But
164.
we've seen nothing to suggest that Steph Clark is going to have fireworks like this. And it rather fizzles out very quickly.
42. Gemma, you require 8. $6.
Well, she's there
Steph, you
again. Double
require
one. This time, though, it'd be for the match. Should Steph Clark not be able to take the 1-2-2, but it's on. Bullseye.
Game shot on the third
Wow.
leg. Steph Clark.
Well, she has brought the fireworks. A little chuckle from Gemma Hayter, who knows what she's
Fourth
capable
leg,
of.
it's
But that's
Steph to throw
fantastic.
first.
The
Game on.
1-2-2 on the ball. And in this format, you're in the match.
And it breaks that run as well for Steph Clark. She lost the last 3 games yesterday
46.
by 3-0. And had Gemma Hayter took that finish out and inflicted a 4th 3-0 defeat on Steph Clark, it could have been quite a negative,
45.
setting her up for the rest of the day, where you're almost playing backwards rather than in the moment and trying to put things right. Well, that could just change the whole
40.
vibe of everything right now.
$60.
Following this, Trina Gulliver taking on Lisa Ashton, 2 very good friends as well. Then Kirsty Viinikainen and Vicky Pruim.
140.
See how they get on, I don't know.
Well, there you go. When we say about things changing, the pace now changing for Steph Clark. She's starting to believe here that she can turn this one
6.
around. You just see her springing the step all of a sudden, playing with a bit of rhythm and a little bit of fluency
99.
and freedom. Maybe now the pressure of the situation that was building of those 3-0 defeats
95.
has gone.
$40. $58. Steph, you
And
require
this is the beauty and the
136.
danger as well of these sort of short format games.
Oh, she went for the treble 12.
73.
Still in a decent spot here, unless Hayter hits big. Clark will have little pressure on it.
70. Steph, you require 63.
Oh, very wayward. Really has pulled at that one. No finish available
23.
now for
Gemma, you
Steph
require
Clark and Gemma Hayter. A
113.
chance to retaliate with the tumblers checkout of her own.
73. Steph, you require 40.
She's been trying to leave this target for the last 4 darts.
30.
Unable to find it with
Gemma, you
3, and Gemma
require
Hayter.
4.
Match starts.
Misses one.
Get
not a
shot
second.
And the match, Gemma Hayter.
Gemma Hayter gets a second successive win over Steph Clark and a 6th successive win from as many matches in this Group A on Women's Week 2. Fantastic start from Hayter, living up to her favourite status in this group. Odds on to go and win it. Lisa Ashton will have something to say about that. She's in action next against the 10-time champion of the world, Trina Gulliver. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 a.m. on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 p.m. on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taking and Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out and make me head were 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? It's been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. Trina Gulliver up next here at the Modus Super Series on Women's Week, a 10-time champion of the world. Yesterday started very brightly for Trina, won her first couple of matches, but then went on to lose her final 3, including against Lisa Ashton. Early this morning, Robbie Dove caught up with her.
Trina, welcome back to the Live Lounge here for day 2. How do you feel ahead of your second day's play today?
Yeah, okay. Bit of sore knees and everything. I've been out of it a little bit, so over Christmas. So, but I started off well yesterday, but couldn't maintain it really. So, but it's only leg difference at the minute, so anything can happen today.
You started off well, even though the results didn't go that well sort of towards the end. Your numbers look pretty good, progressively higher. Does that stand you in good stead, make you feel a bit more confident?
Well, yeah, you know, you grow with it, and it's a long week. So, but today's like all about not making any mistakes really, and trying to capitalise on them doubles and make that point count.
Talking of the doubles, you had 2 big finishes, including a blockbuster 1-5-6. Talk me through those.
Oh, I was so surprised I hit it.
Were you?
Oh, well, I was a bit, because my previous throws in that game, I wasn't too clever, I don't think. So I just tried not to think about it too much, and fortunately it went in.
3 of you tied on 4 points. What's the target over the next couple of days? Is it for Group B?
Yeah, the target's Group B, because you get more qualifying going through, but that is the target, so I should be aiming for that, yeah.
And talking of targets, what is 2025 looking like for your darts calendar?
Well, I'm trying to. I'm going to do more of the ADC, the women's that as well, and the women's series as well, the PDC women's series. So it's quite a. My plans are quite hectic. Trying to do some more comms here at Modus, so that's great too. And so yeah, it's going to be quite hectic, but I'm sure I'll enjoy it.
Never a quiet moment then.
Never a quiet moment.
Well, best of luck today, Trina.
Thank you very much.
And the first task for Trina Gulliver today is to avenge that defeat to Lisa Ashton yesterday. It was 3-0 to the Lancashire Rose, herself a 4-time world champion, of course, and much more recent success than Trina Gulliver. As mentioned, the pair are very, very good friends. And the Golden Girl, well, one of the most successful players ever in women's darts, certainly the most successful world champion, appearing here for an 8th time on that stage. That is, of course, part of our comms team here, as she mentioned. And the Lancashire Rose from Bolton, twice a weekly finalist in this venue. Well, we'd expect more of the same, I think. We certainly got that in the first match, despite that slight scare for Gemma Hayter when Steph Clark produced that brilliant 1-2-2 check out. All smiles again before the game gets underway, but as Lisa said when she spoke to us yesterday,
it's Trina to the row first. Game on.
Once the referee says those 2 magic words, game on, then it's friendships aside and rivalries on the hockey.
Yeah, there's lots to play for here.
76.
Plenty of points on the line today, and the points add up to prizes.
81.
It's really interesting dynamics in this game, and it was really interesting listening to Trina talk there at the
100.
Start of this game, and when she spoke there about, I don't have sore knees today, which is maybe something that she's sort of expecting playing a full week here at the Super Series, which is, again, why Gemma Hayter really wants to get this group done in Group A, so she can have those couple of days off, and just makes you think, doesn't it, about the wear and tear, and I think it's something that really is undersold at the moment in darts, because it's not like a contact sport or a physical sport as such. I think that side of things has kind of been a little underplayed over the years about sort of the fact we are standing in the most static possible position, trying to apply an explosive movement to throw an object with control. It's going to have wear and tear on the body. Certainly with the hours that are needed to practice now to reach the level of performance that the players do, and ultimately the amount of darts that are available that the players can pick and choose from. Both players have said that they're going to be eyeing up using the ADC system next year, maybe looking to try and take Gemma Hayter's title away from her.
Well, both have made decent progress in this opening leg. Treble 20 here for Gulliver would leave the bullseye, but not to be. So Ashton will get a look, should get at least a dart at double to break in leg 1.
41. Lisa, you require 71.
And it is tops. It's in tops.
On the first leg, Lisa
Advantage Ashton, who breaks in the opening leg. Mentioned the family ties as well yesterday between this pair.
Game on.
Trina Gulliver, actually godmother to one of Lisa's grandchildren.
95.
Lindsay's daughter Amelia, actually called Amelia Rose, as a little sort of tribute to Lisa Ashton's nickname, the Lancashire Rose.
40.
If you're watching, Amelia, who do you want to win? Godmother or grandma? At MSS Darts, let us know.
95.
was a nice clean finish, that, wasn't it,
87.
from Lisa Ashton in the opening leg. And it was a good doubles percentage yesterday for Lisa. 40 darts thrown at the double, hitting 13 of those.
45.
Just shy of 33%, that is, which is where we say you need to be here at the Super Series in a sort of regular week, which is 1 in 3. So if you're coming to the board with 3 darts in hand,
59.
expected to hit, and Lisa Ashton is pretty much on par with our sort of regular expectations there.
96.
Sharp shooting here from Gulliver.
125.
Slightly wayward one, but it's not a
DC
disaster.
require
20 points behind Ashton,
170.
though, has got 6 from 170.
41.
Doesn't make too much of a dent there, though. Gives Trina Gulliver a chance to get back in here on the Lisa Ashton throw.
$84.
Should have a little look around there, seeing if she could force one around, but that second dart did look a little loose in the board and just going for the safety, but it's the bullseye.
104. Trina, you require 106.
Looking to double a lead.
Double 18 that leaves.
70. Lisa, you require 25.
Double 8. Double 4.
Game shot
Found,
on the
and it's
second
2-0
leg. Lisa Ashton.
to Lisa Ashton.
Third leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Mentioned yesterday during Trina's games that at times was just sort of throwing the darts a little soft, and it certainly was beneficial to her when she's thrown with a little bit more purpose and a little bit more zip in the arm, and that is very evident here in the early part of today that she's throwing with a little bit of extra force.
41.
Average for the day yesterday, 71.20.
6.
Already over the top of that one here in game 1.
$100.
And that Ashton Hayter game for today, of course, is the pair's next game because we play the fixtures in reverse order. Penultimate game yesterday, second game for the pair today. That could be a big indication as to how much of a race we're going to have at the top of the table. And as, of course, as to whether Gemma Hayter might well be on for that
67.
honour that Matthew Edgar sort of predicted at the start of the show, that she could well be in with a chance of becoming the first player to win all 15 matches in a Group 8.
$59. $97. Trina, you require 106.
Nice pick off there for Lisa to leave it a lot more reasonable. Trina Gulliver unable to follow the heroics of yesterday when she took out a 156 finish there. The triple to double combo. We expect Lisa to be starting on the bullseye here. Opts to move away from the ball with dart 2. That'll be due to the big barrels that she uses and the angle of entry there. Didn't leave too much room, so
84.
Big open target
Trina,
over on the 14s.
100.
With a chance here for Lisa Ashton to get the job done in just 3
require
legs.
48. Game shot and the match. Lisa
And no
Ashton.
problems whatsoever for Lisa Ashton. She's doubled up against her good friend Trina Gulliver there. But this time, though, a 3-0 success for Lisa Ashton, who kickstart her campaign just the same as Gemma Hayter. Before a dart was thrown, it was all about Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter in regards to the odds and in regards to the expectations, and it's playing out like so. They will be playing each other in a couple of games' time. But before then, we've got Vicky Pruim against Viinikainen.
Welcome back to Women's Week 2 here at the Modus Super Series, where Vicky Pruim is about to get her campaign underway for the second day. Ended the first day in third place with a couple of victories to her name, including a 3-1 success against Kirsi Viinikainen, who she's about to play. And earlier this morning, she had a chat with Robbie Dove.
Well, Vicky, welcome back to day 2 here at Women's Week 2. A slower start to the day, but you sort of ended in good form.
Yeah, and I think I played all right in the first couple of games. I just couldn't find the finishing, especially against Lisa. When 2-0 up and missed my doubles, and you can't do that against Lisa. But then finally, the 2 last games, it came together.
You did miss match opportunities. Obviously, don't want to dwell on that too much, but it would be easy just to to ruin your game, so to speak. But it didn't affect you, and after that, you look pretty flawless.
Yeah, no, it's like you said, you can't keep thinking about that. It's a missed opportunity, but it's a long day, so you can still recover from it. So,
do you feel as though you growed into the game?
Yeah, a little
into
bit.
The day, sorry.
Yeah, a little bit. I did. The first couple of games was up and down. Some good legs, some not so good. But in the end, it started to be more consistent.
Any targets ahead of Saturday? So obviously, I'm guessing you want to make Saturday, but what are your realistic aims and targets for the week?
Well, I just hope to play good, steady darts like the last 2 games I played, and hopefully that will qualify me for Saturday, but we'll have to wait and see.
And what would a Women's Week title here at the Live Lounge mean for you?
Yeah, it would be a good thing to have. I mean, it would be a good merit to have on your CV, as always.
Well, I wish you all the very best today.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Yeah, certainly would be a good thing to have on the CV, and both these players have got decent CVs, been around for a long old while. Kirsi Viinikainen, the opponent for Vicky in this opening game, 52 years of age, from Finland. Plays that methodical game, also made the finals night of the first Women's Week, as did Vicky in Chester now via Belgium and Sweden. And looking to get a second win on the spin against this opponent. And this is part of that little group of players that includes Trina Gulliver, all on 4 points at the start of today. Gulliver hasn't added to that tally in her first match, so whoever wins this will be outright third place in the table.
First leg, it's Kirsi to throw first. Game on.
There is something when you delve through the numbers of yesterday and you look at the performances. Vicky was the best finisher of the day. 38.46%, 10 hits on 26 throws at the double. If she keeps that up, that's going to be a little bit of a weapon in the arsenal here that could play her into contention, and maybe the thing that separates the players here when we look at who, if we are correct in our assumptions of it being a battle for third place in that Group B space.
We did see the players as well sort of get better as the day went on yesterday. So Vicky was kind of at her best in this closing game, but looks like she might be at her best in the starting game today.
36.
And a fabulous maximum in the opening leg.
Yeah, that was the second maximum that Vicky's hit so far this week. She had one yesterday as well. Trina Gulliver, the only player still hunting that first maximum. We had 9 180s across the day yesterday.
81.
I think we may get a few more today.
60.
Well, we may get a few more in the match that follows this one. Lisa Ashton against Gemma Hayter. Do not miss that one. Clash at the top of the table. Hayter unbeaten. Ashton only beaten by Hayter yesterday.
100.
Break opportunity coming in here for Vicky. This was where the key strength was, at the back end of the legs.
Vicky require 97.
Great dart to leave double 12. Checking it's in with Jack Garwood, the referee. He says yes.
73.
But she couldn't quite complete
121.
the combination. 1-2-1 for Viinikainen, starting on treble 20. Yes, over to the 11 segment. But she's missed the big number and therefore is denied a pot shot at the bullseye.
And that was the story of yesterday, wasn't it? Those big numbers, big opportunities missed to get the dart to see out the leg. Just trying to work out what she's left here. She can ask the referee what score is left, but she can't ask him how to do it.
81. Vicky required 24. Game shot on the first leg, Vicky Pruim.
That was the strength yesterday for Vicky. She continues to be good on the outer ring, but what was interesting was the interview she gave before the game where the first thing she wanted to talk about was those missed darts and those mismatched opportunities against Lisa Ashton. And it's interesting how things like that really do come to the forefront of your mind. She would have gone back to her accommodation overnight and wouldn't have thought of all those positives, and it's so easy to forget those positives. So say the 10 from 26 on the doubles, the matches she won, it instantly comes to that missed opportunity, and that's just where you start to dwell, and you come into day 2 and you sort of chase putting that right, and also with that you can sort of panic in that scenario when you get in that position where you may get match darts in the same scenario. You go, right, I want to put this right.
100. $96.
I'm certainly doing a lot right in this game so far. He's throwing a lot of solid
85.
darts, as she predicted she wanted to do in that interview, but kind of sporadic. It's good solid visits and then the odd sort of scrappy one chucked in between.
140.
And that belongs in the first column.
$60. Vicky require 124.
Bullseye.
84.
Missed it by miles, Matt.
But that does bring up a question, doesn't it? Does that count as a missed dart at double? And in that scenario, you can see it's clearly not a dart thrown at the double, so it wouldn't count as a missed dart in that scenario. However, if she would have made an effort at it, it would have counted.
Yeah. Gave herself the luxury of 3 darts at an outer ring double rather than going for the bull, but she hasn't hit any of them. And ironically, Kirsty Viinikainen could end up winning this leg by betting the bull herself. Well, that won't happen now. She needs a treble 17 here, and she gets one for a shot at double 18.
53. Vicky required 10. Five.
Almost expected that last dart to go in, the way she was working towards it.
Steady progression, but over pitching. Double 16 now to get the breaker throw back.
Game shot on the second leg, Kirsty Viinikainen.
Well, you mentioned
Third
that
leg,
yesterday
Kirsty
Vicky
to
was
throw first.
ruining missed doubles. I think
Game
she might be doing that for a few minutes here, and if she does dwell on it for too long, she might find herself losing a match that she will pretty much feel she could have won twice over.
45.
And this is where that scenario comes into play, because you do start thinking, you go, well, I missed those match darts yesterday against Lisa, and now I've missed these
85.
darts here to take this opportunity. You feel like you're making mistakes, and you feel like you're making the same one over and over again, and the actual mistake is picking out those moments. It's all the stories you tell yourself.
89.
I am drawing a little bit of comparison here in the action of Vicky. I'm sort of... If you sort of just watch the throwing of the dart and you sort of squint your eyes a little bit, there's a bit of Tony O'Shea in there.
55.
Yeah, I can see that. If you look at just the sort of movement from the arm to the shoulder.
Sort of the grip as well is a little bit... It doesn't quite have the twist that Tony O'Shea does, but...
$100. $60.
We did question at times yesterday the sort of board management of the players, and coming into play again there, 2-3-1 and just staying on the 20s, you've got to then hit that treble where coming away and potentially utilising the ball can leave a finish without needing the treble.
She gets a couple of trebles on a return.
139. Kirsty
Leaving herself
required
a nice double.
112.
Viinikainen on a big ton topper. Needs a treble. Gets it. For double 16.
80.
Not to beat.
Vicky required 32. Game shot on the third leg, Vicky Pruim.
Everything going against the darts in this one.
Fourth leg, it's Vicky to throw first. Game on. $100.
Vicky's best starts, like you say, did come at the back end of yesterday, games number 4 and 5, where she was in the 80s for both of those performances, and she's continuing that into
60.
The first game on Tuesday.
$60.
The next game for her is against Steph Clark as well, who's still yet to win. So another victory here and one there. Vicky Pruim's all of a sudden looking good for the top 3. Kirsty Viinikainen will have a clash against the other player in that group in the middle of the table, She faces Trina Gulliver in Game 6. Before both of those games, we are going to see
100.
that tussle at the top between Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter. That is coming up next, so do not go anywhere. You are watching the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, 24/7 darts
43.
channel, including live action 6 days a week, 50 weeks this year. This is the first of them.
100. $60. Vicky require 141.
Time on the side here. Completely outscoring Viinikainen.
60.
Viinikainen here needs a minimum of 2 trebles, even just to get down to a finish. Not going to be the case, so Vicky, 6 darts and maybe more.
78. Vicky require 81.
For the match. Double 12.
57.
Couldn't have been much closer.
2 well thrown darts, but no reward on that occasion. But it was this area of the board she had a bit of trouble with earlier on.
Yeah, 9 darts missed at double now for Vicky Pruim. Kirsty Viinikainen, in contrast, has only thrown 3 darts at double.
70. Vicky required 24.
And she may not throw any more.
Get
As it is
shot and the
victory
match,
for Vicky.
Vicky Pruim.
Pruim prevails over Viinikainen for the second successive day. And by the same scoreline, a 3-1 win for the Swede. Average just shy of 79. A 180 in the opening leg, and she wins 3 of the 4 legs in that game to put herself 3rd place in the table on 6 points. The 2 above her are going to go head-to-head after the break. Can Gemma Hayter remain unbeaten, or will Lisa Ashton go level at the top?
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route, and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's two options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Suljovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Yeah, tickets are available, of course, for this Women's Week finale as well on Saturday, the first live lounge, live action of 2025. And Gemma Hayter and Lisa Ashton both hoping to be there. In fact, Hayter hoping to win this group. She's top of the table at the moment, and she's really determined to get those 2 days off, as she spoke about yesterday. Winning this match would really aid her cause. But Lisa Ashton determined to get revenge on that defeat to Hayter yesterday. If she wins it, she will be level on 12 points with her opponent. So a big, big battle, even early on in the week this. Would it be a double for Hayter and an unbeaten record intact? Or can Lisa Ashton be the first to defeat Hayter and join her on a dozen points?
First leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
I think we do make a lot of Lisa Ashton, and rightly so, in regards to the World Championships that she has won. But what's really interesting is the field in which she's now competing in with the PDC Women's Series. Because we've got all the best players in there, and essentially, where do we rank those in the women's game alongside those sort of World Championships? And she won 2 of them in 2020, 5 in 2021, 7 in 2022, 1 in 2023, and 2 last year in 2024, amounting to 17 Women's Series titles in total.
60.
Hayter making her presence felt here. A maximum in the opening leg against the throw.
44. 45.
This is the game where Lisa Ashton needs to find that the most to keep herself in contention for that top position. Gemma Hayter looking to open up a gap of 4 points here. And she's opened up a gap around about 130 here in the opening leg.
55.
Yesterday, Gemma Hayter had the advantage of throwing first. It's all flipped and reversed on day 2. But that advantage may be taken out very, very quickly here.
$60. Gemma, you require 87.
Doesn't need to go 20 for the bull.
47.
Just sets up with Ashton not on a finish.
That'll be disappointing for Lisa here. 18 darts thrown and not even down to a finish.
95.
Did for the 19s for
Gemma,
that reason. 1 treble
40.
rounds it off.
Game shot on the first leg. Gemma Hayter.
Solid enough from Hayter. She had the spectacular moment with the 180 that really gave her that advantage in that leg.
First.
Gets the breaker throw straight away. And Lisa Ashton has work to do. And may, with defeat here, leave herself with too much work to do.
96.
She's got ambitions of getting those 2 days off herself. Both players who we really think would benefit from that based on the fact that they were injured last time. That's really unlucky. Really unlucky for Lisa Ashton. The dart turned around and pointed back at her rather than going in the treble 20.
And that's where it had gone as well, had it not hit the flights on the way in, because you could clearly see it was on course for the treble 20. And I don't mean like, you know, when you're down the local and it bounces out and people are, oh, that was in. And you're like, well, I could clearly see it bounced off the treble 12, mate. I don't know what you're on about. The whole Chris Murphy tactic.
I can't remember playing you.
121.
Yeah, the bullseye's a favourite where you got a shot at the bull and it bounces out nowhere near. And you stay, oh, so unlucky.
134. $85.
Big last start there for Gemma Hayter, gets her down to a finish. Wow, says Lisa Ashton.
60.
Same scenario though there. Lisa Ashton finds a big last one. Brings her down to something she can take out. She will get an opportunity, but it's going to have to be 2 trebles for a poke at the outer ring.
85. Lisa, you require 153.
I think there's a miscount there.
Gemma, you require 70.
She had 73 left. I think she thought she had 63 left. Doesn't matter in the end because Hayter's taken it out. An inadvertent tops and a very intentional double 10 for 2-0.
Third leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
These situations become frustrating for players. Lisa Ashton producing statistically the worst performance she has so far this week, and this is fixture number 7, so we've got a good sample of numbers now in regards to the levels that Lisa is performing at.
40.
Well, if it does turn into a 7th Hayter victory, this will be the way the table will look. A 4-point buffer between the pair of them.
100.
Well, the damage goes beyond that. Take a look at the second deciding factor there, which is the in-play league table, which is the legs column. 10-point difference at the moment, and unlike a normal week, this is a shorter format. We're not best of 7 this week. We are best of 5, first to 3. So it'd take you more matches to be able to turn around that leg difference.
Well, she might be turning it around slightly here.
Game shot on the third leg, Lisa Ashton.
Brilliant finish from Lisa Ashton. 2 tops to complete the 100.
Fourth leg, it's Gemma to throw first.
Close together they were as well in that top corner.
$85.
She's had 2 good finishes this week, Lisa Ashton. She took out the 130 yesterday, the 100 today, and both of them against Gemma Hayter. She must be wondering what she's done wrong to offend Lisa Ashton.
100.
Or maybe it's because she knows she needs to produce the goods when she's taking on Gemma Hayter.
41.
Yeah, there could be a bit of that, couldn't there? That sort of trying too hard is something we hear in darts sometimes.
95.
Something I've never been accused of with anything.
96. 100. 99. Gemma, you require 121.
So this for the match for Gemma Hayter. For a 4-point lead at the top of the table.
57. Lisa, you require 140.
Brings it down by about half.
32. Gemma, you require 64. 44.
Not there yet.
Lisa, you require 108.
There are many combinations of this one. And that's actually one of them, even though it was unintended. Treble 19 would have left the bullseye.
40. Gemma, you require 20.
But to get that daylight at the top of the table.
Game shot.
And it's
and the
daylight
match, Gemma Hayter.
for Gemma Hayter, who now moves 4 clear of her closest rival in Group A, Lisa Ashton, after beating her for the second day on the spin and doing it by the same scoreline as well, a 3-1 victory for Gemma Hayter, despite having the lower average in the game, largely down to the fact that Lisa Ashton was restricted to just 1 dart at double in that entire encounter. Well, in fact, that was after hitting another double to complete the 100 combination. But Hayter gets the win. She is now on 14 points. Ashton stranded behind her on 10. Vicky Pruim in 3rd place and could move within 2 of Lisa Ashton if she beats Steph Clark after the break. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Oki.
But when I play darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. Women's Week continues here at the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. 24/7 Arrows action with live darts 6 days a week, 50 weeks a year, including special weeks like this where the female throwers are the stars of the show. And starring right now is Gemma Hayter, top of the table, 4 points clear of Lisa Ashton. Third place is Vicky Pruim, and she is in with a shot of closing the gap on Ashton in second now to just a couple of points. If she carries on this good run she's on. She yesterday managed to win
First leg,
her last
Steph
two
to throw
matches.
first. Game on.
And if she carries on beating the same opponents, this will be a fourth straight victory for Vicky, having lost her first 3 games in this group.
60.
She's looking the most likely at the moment, isn't she, in regards to being
58.
a player to book a Group B place. Group B coming on Thursday and Friday evening. 5 players.
40.
Of which 3 players will qualify, which is why the players see the benefit of getting into that group.
60.
Not only that, but I think Group C this week is possibly one of the toughest ones to get through when we look at the levels of the players compared to the players that are going in. I think we've got some real good players coming into that group. We've got the recent runner-up at Lakeside, both in the girls and in the ladies, in Sophie McKinley. Katie Sheldon, and for me, one of the most exciting young talents in ladies darts, and that's Paige Pauling.
Yeah, should be another good group. We'll get underway on Thursday at 1 p.m. UK time. The final session of this group, 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, and then Group B gets underway 10 p.m. Thursday night. Laura Turner swaps the comms box for the stage here at the Super Series, along with Lorraine Winstanley and
11.
Robin Byrne.
Steph, you require 106. $44.
If you are just joining us, this is game 5 of 15 in this session so far. Gemma Hayter
85.
getting
Steph, you
2 wins.
require 62.
Lisa Ashton and Vicky herself getting a victory. But Steph Clark threatening to get the first leg here.
42.
She will return.
$126.
She's going to return
Steph,
with
you
not as
require
much time
20.
as maybe she would have expected. One thing that can't be affected, though, is the 3 darts she's got here.
15.
She did lose this fixture
Vicky
3-0 yesterday. She'll now be
40.
worrying it might go the same way because out of nowhere, Pruim has a break opportunity, which she
Gates on the
takes
first leg, Vicky Pruim.
and leads 1-0.
Well, that
Second leg,
strength
it's Vicky
continues
to
to be
throw
the strength,
first.
doesn't it, for Vicky?
Game on.
The success on the outer ring.
$78. $78.
I think if Paul Nicholson was here, he may be talking about one of his big pet hates. That comes in the Steph Clark equipment. It looks like the flight's not quite squared off, certainly on the green one. When you don't square out the flights, it doesn't allow the flight to function properly. It doesn't get that full surface area. It doesn't act the way it should. And
41.
I often go back to when I was a child, and if you remember, we used to get that parachute with a little army man attached to it. It used to be like 20 pence.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
And if you throw that out your window, and if the parachute isn't inflated properly, what you used to do is you used to spiral and you used to spin down really quickly. That's essentially what's happening here with the flight. If it's not able to fully catch like that parachute, it's not going to fly down as true. It's not going to grab the air properly, and it's going to twizzle. And certainly that green one doesn't look like it's quite in properly for me.
Yep, you can see that clearly from that angle. Squashed, basically. Need to squeeze.
60.
Little things make big, big differences.
81.
She took out a big finish in a previous match. It was a 1-2-2 on the bullseye. Is she going to have one hit against her here? Not on this occasion.
48.
But nothing she can do to stop Vicky winning this leg.
$80. Vicky requires 74.
Double 10, that was accidental.
54. Steph, you require 100.
Oh, she's just thought, I'm so good on the doubles here this week, I'm just going to hit 2.
Doesn't have to stay on treble 20. Could have gone over for treble 18, would have left double 19.
Vicky required 20. $10. Steph, you require 68.
She's only won one leg in her last 4 games. Steph Clark, that was with a 1-2-2 finish. Not able
44.
to add to it on this occasion.
Vicky required 10. No score. Steph, you require
Wrong bet again.
24.
This time to a detriment. Clark can't capitalise.
Vicky required 10. Game shot on the second leg. Vicky Pruim. Third leg. It's Steph to throw first. Game up.
It is something we see sort of creep more and more into the game, isn't it? Almost the displeasure at winning a leg because it wasn't done in the style of which you'd like it to be. That's where you look at some of those real elite players like Van Gerwen and Gerwin Price over the years. Even if it's a 35 dart leg, if it's an important point of the game, if it gets a little bit more control, they react exactly the same way. And rightly so. I've never seen
96.
a footballer where it's hit them on the bottom and just rolled in, not run off and celebrate it with a shirt over the head.
100.
I think the annoying thing for Clark in this match, it could go the same way as yesterday, 3-0, but she has had opportunities.
140.
She's been ahead in every leg, hasn't she?
Well, she's had 8 opportunities to win. Legs here, 8 missed darts at a double.
123.
And the more they add up, the more the frustration's going to
101.
build, and the more that the doubt's going to set in that she's going to be able to get any points on the table.
43. Vicky require 122.
Treble required to get a go at the ball. Not that treble.
90. Steph, you require 58. Game shot on the third leg. Steph Clark.
Well, that'll be a relief. Similar to when she got a leg in the first match against Gemma, actually. That similar feeling.
Fourth leg. It's Vicky to
She's
throw
done a little
first.
bit better now.
Game on.
In each of those games than she did yesterday. Even if she doesn't go on to win this one, it's just something to hold on to, that it's not run of
140.
straight legs lost, this run of whitewash defeats.
Well, after the 1-2-2 finish, he picked up the pace.
6.
Started to play with a bit more freedom. And that might be down to that word you just said there, relief.
45.
It's very easy to panic in this format. Certainly when you're sort of dwelling down the
60.
bottom end of the table, not able to pick up those wins and results. It's a shame Glenn Durrant's not here. You could have
44.
got some insight from him of what that's like.
I'll call him in the break.
60. 100.
He won some. I think he won some games at the last Influencers event, Glenn. Great that he was invited along as one of the influencers.
85. 45.
Would it be 127 in game to Vicky Pruim?
85. Vicky, you require 127. 26.
Well, it won't be the 127. Could still be the game, but there's a bit of a glimmer of light here for Steph Clark. Even though this won't go, Pruim's only getting a maximum of 1 dart at double when she
91.
returns.
Vicky, you
And
require
Clark
101.
sets up 60.
And if this goes, Steph Clark will have the throw in the
6.
deciding leg. She's just had some success on tops on the end of the 58 combination.
Game shot on the fourth
Different
flag.
double,
Steph Clark.
but still success for Steph Clark, who's the closest she's been to winning since game 2 of yesterday.
Fifth and final leg. It's Steph to throw first. Game on.
In that game, she lost by 3 legs to 2 to Trina Gulliver, and she did have the throw in the decider on that
100.
occasion. But that are 3 well-thrown darts right there. The grouping, the composure, and an early lead on the
35.
scoreboard here, plus what's in the hand. Things starting to look up here for Steph Clark all of a sudden.
99. 99.
Might go from relief to real elation if Clark could get this win. It would be a first, and it would be that monkey off the back.
60. 60.
It's around about 60 points between the pair. Plus what's in the hand, that's where the advantage of throw really comes into play.
118.
A couple of big power scoring trebles there for Steph Clark has given us some real daylight here.
100. Steffi require 124.
6 darts from 1-2-4 to get her first win here at the Super Series.
35. 78. Steffi require 89.
So 19s, treble or single is fine. Treble is much better for 2 at double 16 for a first win.
57.
Not there yet.
Vicky require 120.
Will she be there at all?
She'll get another go.
57.
3 more darts, 3 more
Steffi require
opportunities.
32.
Hardest to hit. But she
Game
does
shot
hit.
and the match.
And Steph Clark does win for the first time at this Women's Week at the Modus Super Series. It's a comeback victory for Clark. Having found herself a couple of legs behind, she turned it around and gets her first points of this group. Much more promising for Steph Clark today, and it keeps Vicky Pruim in touching distance for her indeed as well, but especially for Trina Gulliver and Kirsi Viinikainen, who go head-to-head after this short break. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, UK, the home of the Modus Super Series on Pluto TV. And this is the second edition of a Women's Week. The first was won last year by Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Unfortunately, not able to attend this week. On that finals night was Kirsty Viinikainen. She is in action as Trina Gulliver returns as well. The pair of them both tied on 4 points, and the winner of this game will join Vicky Pruim on 6 points in a level third place. Lisa Ashton in second on 10. Gemma Hayter out in front on 14 from a possible 14. Potentially on course to be the first ever player to have a perfect Group A campaign. Let's see if that happens over the next day and a half. But first of all, focus on this game, which went the distance yesterday. 1-3-2 by Viinikainen.
100.
It's like a long time since we've seen Trina Gulliver, doesn't it, in her last game, taking on Lisa Ashton. And the evidence and the benefit of what we saw from Trina Gulliver in that opening game, we're sort of seeing again here, is throwing with that authority in the throw, which
85.
is normally where Trina does start to play her best darts. Could be dangerous if she can keep this pace going throughout the day. Especially now that we've seen Vicky pick up a defeat in the last game. Steph Clark getting some points on the board, getting her first victory on the Super Series stage. So there's opportunity here in that Group B race.
26.
And I think that could be key, actually. I think some players might fancy the chances of getting through Group B more than they would in Group C. Of course, there are the 3 spots which gives you a better percentage chance, but you mentioned the talent in that Group C with the young players in it. I don't think any of these would really fancy clashing with them.
No, it's a double whammy, isn't it? It's double problems. Not only do you have left mathematical chance, only 2 positions from the 6 in Group C, but the talent, the standard is going to be so matched, and 2 very, very exciting young players in there. Along with
81.
Katie Sheldon, who's had lots of success herself on the PDC Women's Series.
Yep, returning Sheldon. Robin Byrne in Group B. She
65.
couldn't make it last time. The Women's Week, we only had 1 Women's Week last year. There are 3 in 2025, by the way. But it was the same week that she'd booked her holiday. Unfortunately, she was invited but couldn't make it. And did actually end up spending a lot of her holiday watching the Modus Super Series and cheering on a good friend in Katie
41.
Sheldon.
Trina, you require 100.
100 then for Gulliver. Could look at tops. Well, she kind of got caught in 2 minds, I think.
60. Kirsty, you require 144.
One of the things
44.
you like about Trina, isn't
Trina,
it?
you
The
require 40.
stagecraft. The second she saw that first start not go in the treble, the head was down, and she's starting to prepare for her shot. Knows from that point that Viinikainen can't affect
on the first leg. Trina
anything
Gulliver.
that she's going to do. She's got 3 darts in her hand regardless, and she uses all 3 and gets over the line to take the opening leg.
Second leg. It's Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
And that's where it does make a difference in regards to where the shot is missed. Had that first dart gone in the treble, it would have kept Trina aware. Had the second dart gone in, it's gone down to the last dart. You missed the double 12 on the 144. The player behind is living that with you. When you miss it with the first dart, it gives them that little bit of time to prepare for the shot. And that's just the match play scenarios that come through. And that's sort of when people say, oh, I feel a bit rusty, I haven't played as much. It's those sort of scenarios that you can just sort of brush off.
Viinikainen doing a decent job of brushing off the loss of that first leg. A ton followed by a 140 to get herself halfway down. The numeric value of the leg in just half a dozen darts
45.
doesn't back it up. –
59. $79. 85. Courtesy require 137. $97.
Which is
Trina, you require
more methodical anyway,
155.
Viinikainen, but having had to check that and then get back to a position, she made Trina wait a long time there. She's got that luxury that Matthew mentioned from the previous leg, where she knew this wouldn't be going.
Courtesy require
So
40.
focusing on tops, but now does know that Trina is tapping her on the shoulder.
No score. Trina, you require 24.
Just 15 darts thrown here for Trina Gulliver to get down to a double. Shows the scoring power has certainly improved for the 10-time world champion.
Game shot on the
The
second
overall
leg,
game
Trina
has
Gulliver.
improved as the average nudges the 80 mark here for Trina.
Third leg, it's Trina to throw first.
Just going back to
Game
what you
up.
said there about leaving the player away from the oche. That's a tactic that's been employed a few times by players. Not saying that's what's happened on this occasion,
95.
but it has happened certainly on the tour when the opponent's on a finish to wrap things up, and it's a 5-5 scenario, and you just for some reason you just can't work out what's left, and you stand there trying to work it out a bit longer, and then you ask the ref, and for some reason your hearing just goes for that moment, and you can't quite hear what they're saying, so you have to walk down the oche to listen to them properly.
Yeah, and then you can't get your darts out of the board when you get there. One of them inevitably ends up on the floor.
$140.
And then, as fate would have it, for some reason your flight just falls out as well, so just all goes wrong for those 3 minutes.
Yeah, and then they take out the finish anyway, and you wonder why you bothered. Again, a good opening six here for Kirsi Viinikainen. A brace of 140s.
60.
She did find a bit more, didn't she, Viinikainen, because this is a
60.
solid performance here from Trina Gulliver.
161.
Again, she's working out.
97.
Gulliver really should start on the 19s. Well, it doesn't matter if you can hit the treble 20 like that.
140. Courtesy requires 64.
And the double.
48.
Not to be, so maybe a flashy
Trina, you
finish to finish the
require
match here. 125.
125.
Bull, 25 bull. We can't get either the bull or the outer bull, so the finish opportunity is off.
$53. Courtesy requires 16. Game shot on the third leg. Courtesy Viinikainen.
That was a very similar style of breaker throw there for Viinikainen, exactly that Trina Gulliver did, getting down to the
Fourth
double
flag, it's
in
Kirsty
15
to throw
darts and
first.
taking it out in the next visit.
Game
Good, solid standard here.
Well, the game did go the distance yesterday. Was
85.
by Viinikainen, but she did have the darts in that decider. It will be the opposite way around today if we do indeed reach 2-2.
We've just seen a fine example of how quick this game can turn around. Best of 5. Quick format. Panic can set in very easy. Vicky was 2-0 up in the last game against Steph Clark, who turned it completely around to pick up her first victory. Just showing us how quickly it can all turn.
45. $100. $26.
Does look to be turning towards Viinikainen here.
$40. $100.
Plenty might depend on this visit. Trina Gulliver now is in a range where she could easily leave a finish.
85.
That last start might have just boosted Kersey a little bit after a scrappy 5 before it. But here comes Trina.
121.
What a time that would have been for Trina Gulliver to get her first maximum of the week. She's done enough damage though there to leave herself within range.
$86.
Could
Trina, you require 109.
Powerless to stop Gulliver completing the job here. 109 required. Treble found. So 52 remaining. Choices, 12 or 20. Goes for the former to leave tops.
69.
Can't quite cross the
Kersey
line.
required 24.
To take us the distance in back-to-back games.
$21. Trina, you require 40.
Gulliver wasn't watching, had a back turn now. Eyes on the prize.
Game
And Trina Gulliver gets the win. And she was good value for it as well. A 3-1 success against Kersey Viinikainen. That sees Trina move on to 6 points. 2 clear of the opponent she's just beaten and level with Vicky Pruim, and very much in the race for a third place finish come the end of tomorrow, and with it a place in Group B, which could see her of course reach finals night for the first time at the Modus Super Series. A 3-1 win for Gulliver then, picking up her first points of the day. Viinikainen the only player without points so far, and Vicky Pruim and Lisa Ashton are the next 2 players out to play. That's coming next.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next start would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on to the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
It is Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series, the second we've held at the Live Lounge, the first of 3 in 2025, and this is how the groups line up for the week. Right now we're in the middle of Group A. Group B on Thursday evening will feature Laura Turner, Lorraine Winstanley and Robin Byrne, and Group C Thursday afternoon, Sophie McKinley, Lakeside finalist, 16-year-old sensation Paige Pauling, and the quickfire Katie Sheldon, all in action. And who plays in what group will be determined by what happens in this group. The winner of it straight through to finals night. Gemma Hayter in pole position to do that, having not been beaten yet. Second and third go into Group B. Lisa Ashton and Vicky Pruim occupy those spots right now. And 4, 5 and 6 will be in Group C. Gulliver, Viinikainen and Steph Clark right now heading in that direction. And Gulliver could maybe do the favour here from her good friend Lisa Ashton, fellow multiple world champion, if she can get the win over Vicky Pruim. Then Trina will have the opportunity to leapfrog her, though her next match is against the undefeated Gemma Hayter. As we move into the third round of fixtures and pretty much the halfway point of this group.
I think the scary thing for the rest of this group, though, so far is the only player who's come close to beating Lisa Ashton.
Game on.
Is Gemma Hayter, the player who has done so. Lisa has been taken to a couple of deciding legs, but has produced the goods when it matters the most.
59.
A deciding leg against this opponent yesterday, Vicky, who was ruining missed opportunities herself.
96.
Very much on her mind, as you mentioned earlier on. But it's about
45.
getting into that position again, first of all. And I suppose an example of that would be the
60.
I have to say, horrific quarter-final defeat that Chris Dobie suffered at Ali Pali last year. But then he got himself into that position again and went on to overcome that hurdle.
100.
And it happens sometimes. Things haunt you when you're on for something really important within your darts career or a big win. It can sit with you for quite some time.
58. 99.
Especially when you sort of look into the head-to-head record, you'd expect here Lisa Ashton will have quite a sizable
60.
advantage on the head-to-head from the time that they've been spent on the BDO and WDF circuits, of which Lisa Ashton was so dominant on for such a period of time.
$60.
156 to break throw. Not going to happen. That's a good guide to try and find at least one treble.
6.
Which is going the wrong direction from that marker.
119. $59. Lisi require 96.
That leaves a double.
58. Vicky requires 60. $20. Lisi
Well, she was thinking about missing doubles against Lisa Ashton. Well, she's just missed a couple more.
No score.
But
Vicky
Ashton had
require
problems
40.
with missed singles yesterday, and that's plaguing her again here.
This is an area that's not been too troubling for Vicky.
Game shot on the first leg, Vicky Pruim. Second leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
An interesting reaction there, maybe one of which she feels a bit of fortune potentially.
It wasn't quite an apology, was it? But it was in that postcode.
140. $60. $45.
I would say you should make zero apology for winning a game, but then
60.
Who knows what happens when you go down on the stage? Remember Chris Mason would sit here all the time, wouldn't he, and say, never apologise for winning something. And then he played at the Super Series and started
95.
apologising for everything.
He's back next week, in fact,
140.
Chris Mason. We'll see if he's as polite. Thursday and Friday evening for the
85.
Legends League, a brand new concept at the
101.
Modus Super Series. We'll tell you more about that throughout the coverage this week.
49. Vicky require 136. $27. Lisi require 52.
First of all, take care of the single. She does that perfectly. Double 16.
Game
The
shot on
double
the second
follows,
leg,
one apiece.
Lisa Ashton. Third leg, it's Vicky to throw first. Game on. $140. $57. $83. $140.
PCQ school got underway yesterday. A couple of players you'll see here on a regular basis at the Super Series making their way through. Remember Adam Paxton last year came here as the Super Series super fan, winning a week. Jack
44.
Tweddle, Shane McGurk, someone who really has emerged here at the Super Series and picking up recently that WDF World Championship. Bradley
40.
Brooks. You tried to use this as a bit of a springboard, as a platform to get back onto the tour. And Tommy Morris, a player who really has
Vicky
emerged
require
here at the Live
138.
Lounge all through to stage 2.
Yeah, other players having good days as well. Little concerned about Jared Cole having a good day.
80.
Not only has he played here at the Super Series, but part of the team behind the scenes as well. Just be careful today, Jared, if you're watching. Don't go and do anything silly like winning a tour card.
Vicky require 58.
Is Vicky about to win this leg?
Game shot
She is on
third
top,
leg,
and on
Vicky
top
Pruim.
2-1 in a race to 3. Lisa Ashton, of course, we mentioned it
Fourth
yesterday, and
leg,
we'll
it's
keep
Lisa to
mentioning
throw
it.
first.
Has
Game
come through Q-School before, the only female player to do so. What an honour, what an achievement.
97.
There are a few female players at Q-School this week trying to follow in the
100.
footsteps of Lisa Ashton, one of them Fallon Sherrick, who didn't pick up any points yesterday, but has got 2 more days of action still to go, and Bo Greaves is going to be
41.
giving it a go for the first time. A lady who came here and set some Super Series records, looking to join the record setter of
100.
Lisa Ashton as a PDC tour card holder.
100.
And that is why neither of those 2 players are in the lineup. I'm sure if they don't pick up their tour cards, they will be playing in future Women's Weeks here at the Super
45.
Series.
Yeah, and I'm sure future Super Series weeks as well, outside of the specials. Bo Greaves,
171.
of course, has won one of those. Fantastic setup that from Lisa Ashton, finding all 3 darts in the treble 19.
60. Lisa require 92. $52.
So Ashton tees up tops for 2-2.
44. Lisa require 40. Game shot on
Double
the
10 is
fourth
found.
leg. Lisa Ashton.
All square decider. Just as was the case in this
Fifth
fixture
and final
24
leg.
hours
It's
ago.
Vicky to throw first. Game on. $85. $140.
I mentioned at the start of this game, Lisa has been brought into a couple of deciding legs already, but tends to produce her best in that scenario.
100. $100.
And doing so again here against Vicky.
43.
That's why she gets that honour of wearing 4 stars on her shirt, because to be able to produce when the timing is right,
35.
when she needs it the most. 9 darts thrown and she's down to a gettable finish.
25. Lisa require 126.
Oh, fantastic. Double 18.
91.
Picked off the 2 trebles with no trouble at all, but couldn't find the double. Will return for the remainder to make it back-to-back wins against Vicky Pruim.
Lisa require 35.
And to close the gap at the top of the table to Gemma Hayter to just 2 points
shot
again.
and the match,
Ashton
Lisa Ashton
gets another victory. Her only defeats have come against the table-topping Hayter. She's beating everybody else. She's keeping herself in contention for now. A 3-2 success for the second day on the spin for Lisa Ashton against Vicky Pruim. An average of 83, very good stuff from the Lancashire Rose, who takes her points tally to 12. Gemma Hayter 2 ahead of her, takes on Trina Gulliver after the break. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel.
Watch us live from 9:30 a.m. on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 p.m. on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taken and Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Well, is there a story developing here at the Modus Super Series in terms of the stats and records and the Roll of Honour? Because nobody has ever gone through a Group A campaign unbeaten, and Gemma Hayter, almost halfway through the campaign, has won all of her matches so far. 7 out of 7 for the table topper. And looking to make it 8 with a victory over Trina Gulliver. She did beat 3-1 when the pair met yesterday. Golden Girl fresh from a win of the same scoreline herself against Viinikainen. Last time out, played reasonably well in that match. Still maybe haven't seen the best of Gemma Hayter, but she's doing more than enough in all of her matches. And that pursuit of perfection is very much
First
the
leg,
prospect
it's Gemma to throw first.
for the Portsmouth-based
Game
player.
on.
I think the exciting story and the exciting spin-off of that is the fact that we all believe, and everyone within the industry believes, that Gemma
45.
Hayter is the person who could disturb the big two of the women's game, that being Fallon Sherrick and Bo Greaves. So when you take those two out of the field, Gemma Hayter could really
41.
make a statement to say, I am better than the rest. I'm now coming for those best and coming for those top two. And ultimately, when you're looking through the field and you're looking through who potentially could pick up that women's match play in the summer, Gemma Hayter's name would then come to the forefront if she can get such a dominant performance against the field.
Well, she has to treat every player with
99.
respect, but the one that you would think is the most likely to stop her would be Lisa Ashton. And interestingly, that is their first fixture tomorrow. So she gets over that hurdle early, having won all the
82.
games today. If that doesn't end up being the case, then we really will see that narrative gather momentum.
60. If you are watching us on Pluto TV,
Welcome to 24/7 Darts. If you're not yet watching us on Pluto TV and are still viewing via YouTube, make sure you do download the Pluto app on your smart TV or on any of your favourite smart devices. You will need to do that by the end of next week. If Pluto TV is available in your region, that's where you'll need to watch it. So get on it early. It's very easy. Just search for the app, find the Modus Super Series Darts channel, and enjoy darts 24 hours a day.
Trina, you require 136. $96.
Well, we spun that narrative about the potential unbeaten run. Maybe it was good we did it, because we might not get the chance to after this game. Gulliver threatening to break in leg 1.
55. Trina, you require 40.
You mentioned Gemma's local to here. She watches this on a regular basis. She'll know the stories of which we're starting to tell up here. And with
on the
that,
first
we'll
leg, Trina
increase
Gulliver.
that side story, that distraction, that extra pressure. And she'll feel moments like this now
Second
getting
leg,
broken
it's
in the
Trina
opening
to throw
leg.
first.
Especially when you're
Game
playing someone who has so many stars on the back of their shirt.
Which Hayter is very, very aware of.
100.
And she'll be very, very aware that her undefeated record is under threat here now. A break for Gulliver in leg 1 and kicks off her own throw with a maximum in leg 2.
45.
The first one of the campaign so far, and this match number 8, which was just saying in the last game, Lisa Ashton sort of producing when it matters the most and knows when to
140.
really put the foot down, and that's what we're seeing here from Trina Gulliver.
Well, she's turned it on. The Golden Girl rolling back the years, 180, 140.
140.
Hayter's going to be up against it here. And forget the unbeaten record. Lisa Ashton, by winning her previous games, only 2 points behind. The race to win the group will be back on.
123.
What a leg this is from Trina. 9 darts thrown, left 58.
57.
Not much you can do about
Trina,
this if you're Gemma Hayter.
58.
All you can do is just cross your fingers and hope that Trina has a bit of a mare on the doubles.
38.
Well, it's not a bit of a mare yet. It's just a delay in what you would assume is the inevitable.
44. Trina, you require 20.
Has already missed 2 darts at double and
Gates
still
on the
goes
second
out
leg.
in
Trina
13
Gulliver.
darts. A fantastic spell from glorious Gulliver.
Third leg, it's
Shows
Gemma to throw
exactly
first.
why she's picked
Game
up
on.
those 10 World Championship wins. And Gemma Hayter now has to win 3 legs on the spin, or she will be beaten for the
41.
first time. And for the first time, we see her just feeling that shoulder a little bit.
$60. $31.
You tend to find that you feel these sort of things. I mean, a lot of people look at this on first inspection, go, oh, they're making an excuse. You know, like when you see them down the
81.
local, they miss it and you grab your back. Well, what that tends to be is because you're asking yourself, you're calling on yourself, you're trying to find something, and when you're doing it, you don't feel 100%.
55.
And that's what you're seeing here with this sort of reaction.
$70.
Trina's still got to get the job done. She's caused some damage, but still needs to cross over the line. The concern, though, here for Gemma Hayter is the
45.
amount of darts that are just going left right now. That does show that there is a bit of lift in that shoulder.
Yeah, really is struggling in this game. There's only been one visit where she's scored 3 figures. That was a
85.
140. Decides to move to the 19s to try and rectify this, and what a play this could prove to be.
171.
All that does, though, now is that causes some confusion, because what you think is, well, I just had a maximum down there, now I'm going to have to switch, and we may see that switch come a lot sooner now.
65.
As she sort
Gemma,
of
you
looks
require
for an instant
158.
response, and then instant impact.
60. Trina, you require 140.
Interesting. It's well pitched, well placed, this game. In the balance, the leg. But that's in. And Hayter is going to be forced
100.
to take out this 98.
Gemma, you require 98.
Couldn't hit a treble 20 for love nor money until it really mattered. Can she find the double 19?
60.
No. And Gulliver
Trina,
can
require
condemn
40.
Hayter to a first defeat. Can't quite cross the
Gemma,
line.
you
Wow.
require 38.
A reprieve.
Going straight for it as well here, Gemma Hayter. That could get a little bit tricky. There's not much you can see there.
No score.
She can't
Trina,
find
you
it.
require
Trina Gulliver's
20.
already missed 3 match starts. Another handful here for a clean sweep win.
Game shot.
And there
the
it is.
match,
It is in.
Trina Gulliver.
And the Hayter dominance is over. The race to win the group is on between her and Lisa Ashton. Maybe even Trina Gulliver will get herself in the mix because she has now moved on to 8 points. She's in 3rd place in the table. Hayter did start to stretch out that shoulder. Gulliver just expressing some words of concern for that. But has this group taken a twist as the post-mortem continues? It's the first defeat for Hayter. The best performance we've seen from Gulliver. They exit the stage. Coming next, Viinikainen takes on Steph Clark. Welcome back to the Pluto TV Modus Super Series, where it is Women's Week, and on the hockey right now, Steph Clark and Kirsty Viinikainen. Clark, well, she had to wait a little while since her last match, but it was a match where she got a win, and that was the first victory of the week for Steph Clark, a 3-2 success against Vicky Pruim, whereas Kirsty Viinikainen is yet to get a win today. Clark had that feeling all day yesterday, Viinikainen going down in both of her opening matches to the player that Clark beat, and to Trina Gulliver, who's emerged now as the player in pole position to grab a Group B spot. She's in third place. Viinikainen sits in fifth. Clark can actually go level on points if she can beat the Finn here.
I think the most important thing for Steph Clark is she's ended that losing run. 6 defeats in a row, didn't win a game yesterday, lost all 5.
To throw first. Game on.
Kick-started the day with a 3-1 defeat to Gemma Hayter today before turning it around from 2-0 down to pick up the victory in the last. So now has got that debut win, now has got some points on the board. Do we get to see a little bit more from Steph Clark? Because I've certainly seen from her time on the Women's Series, her play significantly better than what we've seen so far at the Super Series, so we know there's more in there.
I think the same could be said for both players. We certainly saw better from Kirsty yesterday than we've seen so far today. An indication that might be about to change. Although, I have to say, in a previous game, the first 6 starts weren't a problem in the leg. She was into the 200s every time. It was from this point that suddenly she started to lose her range.
$60. $95. $41. $100.
Beautiful 140, beautiful timing. Great setup play there from Viinikainen to leave a double after 15. Just like yesterday as well, this sort of middle part of the day, the standard's starting to rise from all the players.
Can she find a way below that dart?
Game
Uses
shot on
it
the first leg. Kirsty
to clip
Viinikainen.
into the double, and into the lead goes Kirsty Viinikainen.
Second
Well,
leg.
to be
it's
precise,
Steph
when we
throw
talk about
first.
the levels raising
Game
around
on.
about this time, it was Viinikainen's best performance of the day yesterday. Match number 3 averaged 86.71.
58.
10 points better than anything else we saw across the other 4 matches. So maybe, like yourself, Murph, she just loves lunchtime.
95.
There is no lunchtime in my life. Why restrict yourself?
60. $100. $45. $60.
It's the 9th game of 15 today, 6 to follow it. Gemma Hayter up next against Vicky Pruim. Before that, myself and Matthew will reflect on what we've seen so far and look ahead to the remaining half a dozen games. Viinikainen's next fixture is against Lisa Ashton. Clark will take on
41.
Trina Gulliver. Of course, you can catch all the live action
6
here on Pluto TV. And later tonight, you can watch back the first Women's Week. We are replaying that throughout the week. Keep an eye on the channel if you want to relive that. If you missed it, did feature the likes of Bo Greaves and Fallon Sherrock. And we're looking to crown a second champion. Of course, it will be a new champion as well on Saturday night.
30. Courtesy require 164.
I think it's going to be the year of new champions here at the Super Series. Always
100.
fiercely contested nowadays. I think we're going to get a lot of first-time champions in 2025.
60. Courtesy requires 64.
Chance here for Viinikainen to double her advantage. That leaves double 8. Very, very nicely done. And she is once again thriving in the middle of the day here.
Third leg, it's Courtesy to throw first. Game on.
I think I just saw Steph Clark at the back of the stage there squeezing her flights. Maybe someone told her the same when she got to the back room. Something we alluded to in the last game, the flight's not quite being squared.
$81.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to fly in an aeroplane where the wings weren't quite where they should be, would you?
$54. 42. 45. 80.
It could be over quickly if Viinikainen can find another big visit or two. But let's not forget that Clark found herself in this position in a previous game. Went on to win it.
95. 30.
Well, in that situation, she wasn't in one like this. 40 points down and the darts in Viinikainen's hand. She's going to need a treble here to get down to a finish.
44. 12.
That's not going to help the situation here for Steph Clark, who may not be spending too long in the winner's enclosure.
45. 60. Courtesy require 135.
May look at the ball to start this off, although she doesn't need to with Clark not on a finish. Decided against it.
83. Kirsty
There's
required
been no
94.
damage here from Viinikainen in the last 3 visits, 44, 45, 41, when it was comfortably in her hands, and now it's starting to get a little bit tight. But a match start, a chance to get it done.
Game shot.
And what a
the
rescue
match.
that is.
Kirsty
After that
Viinikainen.
wayward first start, Viinikainen saves the shot, wins the match, and she wins it well. 3-0 over Steph Clark, whose little bounce was short-lived. And Viinikainen gets her first win of the day, meaning everybody has picked up points so far on Tuesday. Straight legs win for Viinikainen there. The checkout percentage is why 50%, and she didn't even give Steph Clark a dart at double in that game. 6 more then to come after the break. Stay with us. Gemma Hayter back in action next against Vicky Pruim.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Russ when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. Don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage of chances of him getting a dart at the ball was quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another factor. It's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route, and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Here is what's happened so far on day 2 of Women's Week 2. Gemma Hayter getting off to a winning start, backing it up with another win against her closest rival, Lisa Ashton. But then suddenly, well, a spanner in the works when Trina Gulliver was the first to beat Gemma Hayter. A 3-0 success as well. Since then, Kirsty Viinikainen got a 3-0 win over Steph Clark, who earlier today got her first victory. 6 more games to come. Here is how the table looks before them. Gemma Hayter stays top after that defeat, but Lisa Ashton still in with a shout now, 2 points behind Trina Gulliver, emerging as maybe the favourite to get into Group B in third place. 8 points for her after that brilliant win over Hayter. Vicky Pruim and Viinikainen both have 6, and Steph Clark, who got her first win, is on 2 points at the bottom. Matthew Edgar is alongside me. Let's start with Gemma Hayter, and let's start with the good, because it looked like it was just going to be a continuation of what happened yesterday, didn't it?
The victory over Lisa Ashton, wasn't it? That's where we look at it and go, right, she's opened that gap, she's got the distance there, and you know, was anyone going to beat her? At that point, we thought, no, the standard was good for Gemma Hayter. There didn't seem to be any real concerns or issues. Looked like she was going to go do what no one's ever done before, and that's the full 15 from 15.
And then suddenly we saw two things happen. Trina Gulliver produced her best performance of the group so far. Gemma Hayter produced not only her worst performance, but the worst performance of the group so far.
Significantly the worst as well, and I think there was concerning signs in there as well for Gemma Hayter, not just in regards to the performance but a reaction to it, just feeling the shoulder there, and also after the match as well in the debrief with Trina, seemed to want to have a lot to say about it, not just the shoulder. It looked like she was saying something to do with the feeling down her arm as well, so that's now going to make her come up in the next game and question it. Is it going to happen again? Am I going to feel okay? Is there something to be concerned about? We will find out, but certainly I'd say it's best to just sit back and sort of watch Gemma for a little bit and see what happens here, because Lisa Ashton's now got a real opportunity potentially, because that gap of 4 points can erode very, very quickly.
Yeah, how much of a concern is it for Gemma? Because she did sit here yesterday and say she really wants to get it done in this group so she can have the 2 days off and not go through that experience where she did struggle towards the back end of the week at the ADC Global Championship.
I think the concern is maybe beyond just this week. You know, when we take a look at the last time she was here, let's say the ADC Global Championship, and it was a problem then. If it's a problem now, that means it hasn't gone away with the sort of time she's not been playing the darts. And certainly over the Christmas period, where there hasn't traditionally been a lot of darts to play sort of at this level. So when we look ahead to 2025, and we've looked at it very positively and gone, right, what does the year look like? Well, actually, maybe that needs to be left in a little bit of reserve, because if you look at the women's series, for example, 2 tournaments in a day, 2 days back to back, that's a lot of darts. So maybe we're looking at things in sense of Gemma Hayter. Does she need to manage this and manage her diary a little bit in order to make sure she gets that peak performance?
At Lisa Ashton, she beat Trina Gulliver. She then loses to Gemma Hayter and probably thinks it's quite a tough task now to win this group. But then that defeat that Gemma had against Trina and Lisa winning in her third game today, it opens it up, doesn't it? As you said, just 2 points between them, and of course they've got to play again tomorrow.
I've been really impressed with what we've seen from Trina today. It's been a different style in Trina Gulliver's game. Yes, she took the defeat to Lisa Ashton earlier on, and it was a clean victory for Lisa, but Trina's just been throwing the darts a lot firmer today, a lot more purpose. We said yesterday that's where she sort of plays her best, and she's certainly showing it again today. If she can keep up that intensity within the throw and within the action, she could be a real danger for at least getting into that Group B conversation.
Yeah, she looks like a third place sort of favourite. Is Lisa Ashton becoming the favourite to win the group just based on what we've seen in the last half an hour?
She's got a lot to catch with Gemma Hayter, and you know, the question is there enough here that's going to stop Gemma Hayter even when she's not at her very best? And I think there's probably enough level in there for Gemma to pick enough victories up. But if it is the case and it gets a little bit tighter, that means tomorrow's head-to-head clash between Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter could be one of those all-or-nothing games.
Now, you did predict earlier that we'd see better things from Steph Clark today, and she proved that early on today, playing Gemma Hayter, took out a brilliant 1-2-2 checkout, and then later on goes on to pick up a first victory as well. So really positive signs for her.
And the way in which she did that victory as well, 2-0 down, if she'd gone up and everything would have gone right for her, you could go, right, okay, that's one performance. But in the style it happened, she was 2-0 down and she managed to turn it completely around to get the 3-2 win. We've seen her since, she didn't even get a dart at a double in that game. So it's, what do we see next? What is the next step for her? Now, she probably already knows she's going to be playing in Group C. She knows the quality of the players that are coming in there. It's kind of now one of those awkward situations where you kind of got to fulfill fixtures and you don't really want to at times when you're already out of the tournament. However, this is a situation for Steph Clark that she can really use now, because she's not one of those players who's got lots of experience, who comes here and says, right, okay, my mind goes to Thursday. she's got a great opportunity now to get used to the stage, to try things, to get herself in a better position so that she can be competitive at the back end of the week.
Right, the next match, it's going to be Gemma Hayter back on the stage pretty quickly after losing that previous one. Vicky Pruim, the opponent. What's the mentality going to be for both players? Because it would have shifted a little, won't it?
Well, we've said all day the strength of Vicky's been the doubles. The double hitting's been very, very good yesterday. The best checkout percentage of anyone at 38%. So all she's going to be thinking is, give me an opportunity, give me a chance. And the way that Gemma Hayter scored in that last game, you expect that Vicky's going to get opportunities. And if that key strength is there, we could see problems for Gemma Hayter.
Right, that game about to get underway. It's all about getting to finals night here at the Modus Super Series, live at 7:30 UK time on Pluto TV. And if you're in and around the Portsmouth area, well, you could be here. Yeah, the doors open every Saturday night and for some special events on other days as well. Tickets available from dartshop.tv for as little as £5. What more value for money could you get than some harrowing entertainment on a Saturday night? Now, who will be there? Gemma Hayter looked an absolute shoo-in, an absolute certainty to be there and be there by winning this group. But she's just been beaten 3-0 and is starting to get the reoccurrence of a bit of a shoulder injury that has opened the door to Lisa Ashton and other opponents to beat her as well. We will learn a lot from this match against Vicky Pruim.
First leg,
is that a blip
it's Gemma to throw first.
for Gemma Hayter, that previous
Game on.
defeat, or is this going to be something that really dents her chances?
$60.
And it is quite a Google search for question if dart players can play with both hands. And traditionally, the answer is no. So it's not something that we'd expect to see a switch to the left. We have seen a few players in the past that are able to do so. One of which has just come off the PDC tour at the moment, will be in Q School this week. And I'm sure if he doesn't get his card back, will instantly be back here at the Super Series. And that's Graham Usher, who is pretty much as good with his right hand as he is left.
44.
Yeah, would practice sometimes with his left hand. In fact, was the first runner-up of a Super Series, losing the final to Conan Whitehead.
85.
Still seeing some movement, just rolling that shoulder. We will keep a beady eye on that. Hopefully, Hayter isn't too hurt.
45.
The other thing it does is it just makes you a bit fidgety. In between shots, you
55.
You kind of want to be in your own process, in your own world. You don't want to be taking in what's going on around you. And you certainly when you start moving and flexing and stretching, you just become a little bit fidgety. And when you've got that extra movement, you just become a little bit more agitated at times. More subjectable to
55.
negativity.
Well,
she's in a decent position to hold on to a throw here. Pruim is certainly within touching distance.
60.
No treble there, just offers a little bit more optimism to Vicky, but she just needs to find one to get into the same territory. And the reaction from that suggests to me that that dart was for the treble 20, the one that went in the 18.
Gemma, you require 141.
Oh, wow. What a way to bounce back this would be.
117.
Not quite.
$99. Gemma, you require 24. $12.
Couldn't get the
Vicky,
spectacular
require
finish, couldn't get the
94.
simple one either. And Pruim's use of the bullseye, or should have given her a dart at the double, but she's missed the big number.
62.
The irony, hitting
Gemma,
the
you
smallest
require
target on the board
12.
and then missing a big fat 12, which
Gauge
is the
on
number.
first leg, Gemma Hayter.
Hayter hits the route of double 6 to win the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Vicky to throw first. Game on. $41.
And one thing I've noticed about Vicky Pruim is when she moves, she does move, doesn't she? She starts at the middle of the hockey, and if she has an adjustment to make, it's right to the other side.
45. $55.
I think the concern for
85.
Gemma, though, will also be that she probably won't feel there's too much positivity to draw on. Yes, the results was good yesterday. We know that.
60.
Only losing 4 legs across the 5 matches. But she sat up here and it was almost like the first thing she wanted to say was,
42.
that's not my A game, I've got more. That was a poorer performance than expected, despite the results. And with that, where does she
41.
draw from? It has to go even deeper than what's happened so far this week. When right now she's in a position where it just doesn't quite feel right for her.
100. $84.
Oh, this will be a real disappointment, a real concern.
29.
Hayter was absolutely flying, and then suddenly something just comes along and rains on her parade.
100.
No substitutions in darts, you've got to play through it.
46. Vicky require 120. $50. Gemma, you require 154.
Well, for the second leg on the spin, she threatens a huge checkout.
124. Vicky requires
Wrong
70.
double. So close.
$50. Gemma, you require 30.
Oh, that key strength of Vicky letting her down when she needs it the most there. Allowing Gemma Hayter, well,
no score.
Would have been an opportunity to
Vicky
break the throw and be a leg
20.
away. But Wayward done there.
Game shot on the second leg.
Vicky makes no
Pruim.
trouble on attempt number 2. She even gives the board a little bit of a slap there. Not quite
Third leg,
full
it's
on
Gemma to
Colin
throw
Lloyd.
first. Game on.
Which, by the way, was one of the most bizarre things when you think about what a dartboard's made out of, with the wiring and how sharp
45.
it can be. To punch it with a throwing hand.
Yeah, he did draw blood, didn't he, Colin Lloyd, on that occasion? His knuckles were a bit of a mess.
41.
But it sparked a win in the match.
Imagine if he'd have done it to the point where he wouldn't have been able to finish the game. That would have been probably one of
100.
the most bizarre endings to any sports match ever.
134.
He has had a few bizarre endings to games, Colin Lloyd. If you're watching, hope you're well.
60.
You spoke about footballers earlier taking the shirt off. Well, Colin Lloyd's been known to do that after winning darts matches. A fine specimen of a man.
100.
Seems to be a few incidents of it. Didn't he chuck the water jug over the crowd as well?
He did, yeah. Incredible antics. Speaking of which,
140.
couldn't quite fill it up. Well, the likelihood, based on previous evidence, is that we get 2 trebles in here from Gemma Hayter. Missed the double for the 141, missed the double for the 154. Well, she does get a treble, but not one that can continue the pursuit of the checkout.
31. Vicky require 167. 59. Gemma require 125. 85. Vicky require 108.
Treble 19 would leave the button. Can she push the button?
59. Gemma require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Gemma Hayter.
Every single win going to be so important now for Gemma Hayter, just to keep that gap between herself and Lisa Ashton. Last time we looked at the table, we suggested that the leg difference could be a real big column,
39.
and that probably at the moment too big for Lisa Ashton to try and bridge that gap. Certainly, as the fixtures start to dwindle away.
I think, we're seeing a little bit more aggression in Gemma Hayter in this game. Almost as if the shoulder injury reoccurrence kind of caught her by surprise in the game against Trina Gulliver. But now she's had a bit of time to go, right, I've got to accept it. She's kind of showing how she deals with it.
135. 43.
I suppose that's it really, isn't it? It's not what happens to you, it's how you react to those scenarios and those circumstances.
32. 57. 41.
Showing some tenacity and courage here. Gemma Hayter making sure that she makes the task tough for Lisa Ashton to chase her down. 44. Ashton will be in action next against Viinikainen. And she, in all likelihood, will find herself 4 points adrift of top spot again.
44. Gemma require 120. 60. 42. Gemma requires 60.
Could still rescue this, and she's got time on her side. Doesn't have to go in this visit. She'll hope it does.
40. 22. Gemma required 20.
Even more time. Another 6 minimum if she wants them, if she needs them. Well, the worst case here is missing inside. She doesn't do that. She hits the double.
Gemma Hayter.
And Gemma Hayter returns to winning ways, playing through the obvious pain barrier but putting a bit of a buffer between herself and Lisa Ashton. 4 points between those at the top of the table. Ashton will get her chance to respawn next when she faces Viinikainen. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
The ball. It's perfect from Hayter. Watch the stance.
What a finish. What a start to the match for Trina Gulliver.
He's on the second set.
And finds it.
The fourth set.
There you go.
What's going on here? It's all. 108! And he knows it. A new addition to the Modus Super Series calendar. The Legends League gets underway from next Monday, featuring the debut of the bronzed Adonis Steve Beaton, fellow former world champion in Richie Burnett. Neil Duff, also former Lakeside world champion. Robert Thornton, multiple major winner. Kevin Painter, of course, a major winner. And Richie Howson, the champion of champions, all in Group A. Group B will see Vincent van der Voort make his debut at the Live Lounge, with Chris Mason returning in pursuit of a second title. Daryl Fitton also part of that group. And Group C sees 10-time women's world champion Trina Gulliver matched up against Wes Newton, former Premier League player and 3-time champion of the world, Martin Adams. The finals night is the 18th of January. And speaking of legends, well, there's one, Lisa Ashton, 4-time world champion. She is about to take on Finnish thrower Kirsi Viinikainen. And Ashton still has hopes of topping the table and winning this group. That after Gulliver got the better of Gemma Hayter a few games ago. Ashton is back 4 points behind, but a win here in this game will reduce the deficit to 2 again. And of course they do have to play tomorrow. Probably because of the leg difference, deficit will still need someone else to get a win over Hayter somewhere and win her remaining games. But she has only lost to Gemma in this group so far. So I guess that Matthew Edgar would expect an Ashton victory here.
55.
Well, the way she's been playing today, she was good yesterday, but she's stepping it up even further today, Lisa Ashton, and the reaction to play is probably the most impressive thing, and Viinikainen is undoubtedly going to lay it down to Lisa Ashton, as she tends to do. She's a very tricky customer, but
140.
Everything that Ashton's been dealt with so far, other than Gemma Hayter, she's been able to rise above. And with Gemma Hayter now just coming off the boil and having those concerns, Lisa Ashton may sense an opportunity here that maybe she thought was gone when she got beaten by Gemma Hayter earlier on.
58.
Now she'll be very pleased that she hasn't herself suffered any injury woes, which she really did go through last year, Lisa Ashton.
$41. 82.
Remaining games, this one and the last match of the day against Steph Clark.
95.
Kirsi's got the very difficult finish of playing both Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter in her final 2 games.
134. Kirsi, you require 90.
She does have a chance to break the throw here.
I'll use the ball for a breaker throw in 15 darts.
56.
And a good leg for both in the scoring department here.
32.
Ashton to 5 visits.
Game shot on the
Gets to
first
mop
leg.
it up, a
Lisa
16 darter to kick-start proceedings, and she did have to survive a dart of herself there.
Second leg, it's Kirsi to throw first. Game on.
But once again, when Lisa Ashton has something served up against her, she bats it out.
$140.
Yeah, such a great player over the years.
100.
Knows what it feels like to be a dominant force within the game. Lisa Ashton.
$28. 60.
If there is going to be sort of one last hurrah for, I think it would be success at that Women's World Match play in Blackpool, wouldn't it? Not far from home for Lisa. Just getting
97.
that big PDC title under her belt to go with all of the fantastic stuff she did in the BDO system and WDF.
100.
Yeah, and we mentioned earlier, didn't we, about where titles rank, and obviously the World Championship is why she's got the 4 stars on her shirt, but should she win that one, as there is no PDC World Championship, and essentially the match play is the pinnacle of ladies darts at the moment, would that be argument for maybe a different coloured star on the back, maybe?
People forget as well, she did pretty much dominate the PDC Women's Series in the early stages. It was her and Fallon Sherrick that were sharing the titles, but she was winning at a rate of about 2 to Fallon's 1 for the first couple of years.
DC require 101.
17 titles on that women's series.
She's found a 15, so 86 remaining. Now 32.
69.
Offers an outside chance for Viinikainen.
16.
Single would leave tops.
96. Lisi require 32.
Just getting little chances, little opportunities against
Edge
Lisa
on the
Ashton,
second
but
leg, Lisa
unable
Ashton.
to take them and punished on each occasion.
Well, both
Third
legs for
leg,
Lisa
it's
so
Lisa
far
to
have
throw
been in that
first.
6-visit
Game
block. 16 darts, 17 darts. Puts you in between that sort of 83 to 93 average, which
Six.
is exactly where I've been banging on all week about. If you are going to be attending Q School and expecting to get a card, you need to be in that 6-visit block. Lisa Ashton cruising in that category at the moment.
121. $45. $60. $81.
We mentioned earlier about Lisa getting through qualifying school, very topical at the moment, of course, with that going on in the PDC, the only woman to do so. But something that isn't mentioned much is the fact that she actually wasn't that far away
45.
from keeping hold of her tour card after a couple of years. She was by no means there to make up the numbers on the PDC Pro Tour.
First female player to record an average over 100. That on the UK Open stage against Aaron Beanie, who is playing in Q School this week.
100.
I can tell you, when she first came onto the tour, what tends to happen is the draw comes up on the TV monitors and people check their phones or gather around the TV screens to see who they've got. And whenever a name went past, there was always a bit of a sigh of relief from a lot of players that they didn't have to
DC
play up.
require 155.
Then you can see why. Not going to take it out, is going to leave it handy.
99.
Viinikainen may have to
DC
take out the
require
130.
130.
Has to stay straight. That's the minimum requirement. One treble now is a must. Neither finds a treble nor stays straight.
85.
So Ashton can wrap it up
56.
here.
46. Kersey require 45.
There's chances for the match. Viinikainen for a breaker throw. Ups for tops. Might have got a look at that before switching her focus to double 10.
No score.
That's the wrong bed.
Lisi
And
require
she might be
10.
on the wrong end of the result.
No score. Kersey require
Starting
45.
frustration there for Lisa Ashton, who knows she doesn't just need the points, she needs the legs on the board as well if she's going to reel back Gemma Hayter at the top of the table. Every leg matters for Lisa Ashton in her pursuit. A change of target here for Viinikainen.
$36.
Well, that
Lisi
was
required
a
10.
dart that could be described as horrific. The attempt at the double 9 going the wrong side of the dart in the big 9.
No
Lisa
score.
Ashton
Kersey required
suffering
9.
with a little bit of finish line-itis here.
They felt like safe darts to me. Worrying about coming inside what she did on the last attempt to the double 5, and that's inviting.
5.
Well, is it time for
Lisi
Lisa Ashton to think about a split
10.
here? Evidently not.
Shot. And the match, Lisa Ashton.
Commentator's curse works in reverse as Lisa Ashton finally crosses the line with a 3-0 victory over Kirsi Viinikainen. And it's a victory that keeps her hot on the heels of Gemma Hayter. There you see the numbers in the match. Ashton, I mean, the average was in the 80s before, missing all the darts at double in that last leg. Comes down to just under 74. Very, very respectable performance. All the opportunities that Viinikainen had, she missed. And as a result, Ashton moves on to 14 points, 2 behind Hayter. Will be back in action in a couple of games' time, in fact, against Kirsi Viinikainen. But before that, Trina Gulliver will take on Steph Clark.
Before the break, Lisa Ashton picked up a much-needed win, a 3-0 victory over Viinikainen, which has just brought things interesting at the top of the table. She's now just a couple of points behind the table topper Gemma Hayter, and she's reduced the legs difference now to just 5 legs. Trina Gulliver was the player that did throw things into question at the top end of the table, taking that victory over Gemma Hayter in what was Trina Gulliver's best performance so far of the week, an average in success of 80, taking out the table topper. Steph Clark comes
First
into this
leg,
game.
It's Trina to throw first. Game on.
On the back of not even getting a single dart out of double. So if we're going to look at a bit of a line graph for the two coming in. One would be on the rapid increase, while one would be on the rapid decrease. But it's not top trumps. It's not about what's happened before. It's about what happens over the next 10 minutes or so.
42.
Yeah, and we've described Trina Gulliver as consistently inconsistent, I suppose, over the last day and a half. Showed that class
41.
is permanent and that form is temporary, but she can be dazzling for a few legs and disappear for a few more.
40.
You never lose it, you just don't happen to do it as often.
$78.
But there is plenty to play here for Trina Gulliver. Still
59.
a very much outside opportunity of being able to top the group. But certainly, if I was playing this week, I'd be wanting to dodge that Group C.
55.
At the moment, she is holding the third place in the table. And a win here would just give her a little bit of a cushion on the points tally as well.
96. $81.
Well, Steph Clark, maybe this is
85.
her last opportunity to be in contention for a third place finish herself, because it's against the player that occupies that spot at the moment. She would move within 4 points of Trina Gulliver if she beats her here,
45.
but she would find herself 8 points behind her if she were to lose this fixture.
59. Trini require 142. $60. Steffi require 120. $44. Trini, you require 82.
Choices for Trina here.
$67 left. And now, the ball. Not to
48.
be.
Steffi requires 76. $56.
That misstart of the
Trina, you
bullseye for Trina
require
landed in the
34.
16 means you will come back with the opportunity of throwing out a double. She goes straight forward, the double 17. That's the danger.
I see it a lot where a player
18.
doesn't really attack it with the first and then
Steffi
does with the
requires
second,
20.
but it goes inside, then they don't get a third. It's going to attack, it's got to be with that first
Games
dart.
on the first leg.
And Steph Clark punishes Trina Gulliver there.
Sort of like overcompensating, isn't it? And going over the
Second leg,
aggressive and
it's
just
Steph to throw
completely over
first.
pitching.
Game on. $30.
Just 3 more games to follow this. Kirsty Viinikainen against Gemma Hayter.
28.
Trina then returns to take on Vicky Pruim, and Steph Clark's last match is against Lisa Ashton, who's had the most successful day so far.
45.
Her and Hayter both winning 3 of 4. Trina, the only player to have beaten Gemma Hayter over the last couple of days, and did it emphatically as well, 3-0.
$43. $59. $140.
One thing we can say about Steph Clark is
40.
positivity is breeding more positivity. When something goes right for her and something goes well, She tends to be able to build on it and grow on it.
97.
And that was evident in a turnaround victory. In the victory she's managed to be able to get so far against Vicky Pruim earlier on this afternoon.
81. Steph, you require 146. $78.
We may be learning a little bit here about Steph that maybe she prefers leading from the front. Some players
40.
hate it. Some players
Steph, you
hate being front
require
runners.
68.
53 remaining, 13 would leave tops. And in
Game
pops
shot,
tops.
the second leg, Steph Clark. Third leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's turning into a script that Steven Spielberg couldn't write, isn't it, this? Trina Gulliver beats the unbeaten Gemma Hayter 3-0, and then the player at the bottom of the table, who's only won one match, could beat her 3-0.
100. $41. $60. $42. $60.
Really inviting that one. The angle of entry of Steph starts just building that wall like a sort of basketball hoop with a backboard there.
52.
We'll try to move away, but moved too far away there, Trina Gulliver. So an opening here for Clark, if she can find a treble. Just get her nose in
60.
front. Gets her nose ever so slightly in front anyway.
$100.
Gulliver will certainly feel this game still winnable. Yes, she's on the tungsten trapdoor, but it is just
Trina, you
hold, break,
require
hold that she needs to win
126.
this match.
And comebacks always feel a little bit easier when you feel like you're not playing at your best because you know that there's more in there. It's those games when you're playing well and you feel you're
45.
playing well and you're
Steph, you require
not getting the results and you're
161.
behind. You don't feel like you've got much more in there, but Trina will know she's got plenty of gears here and plenty more that she can offer this
55.
game.
Trina, you require 81.
Leaves double 18. Almost gets it.
45.
But now offers an
Steph, you
opportunity
require 106.
to Steph Clark to wrap up a second win of her campaign. And a second win of the day on tops.
66.
Just over the top. And Trina
Trina,
Gulliver had
you
a slight
require
look of
36.
resignation on her face there.
It was that, oh, I've seen all this before sort of look, wasn't it, from Trina Gulliver, but now's got to be careful.
Game
That
shot
was
on
a
the
very
third
good
leg.
dart,
Trina
very
Gulliver.
aggressive, straight to the point.
So the third leg sees Clark miss an
Fourth
opportunity
leg,
to
it's
win.
Steph to throw first. Game on.
And to win well. Tops for a 106. That chance has gone. Can she carve out another?
96. $23.
Music to the ears of Steph Clark. Almost makes this throw a bit of a freebie.
78. $85. $108.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. from Steph Clark, the maximum to leave the 147.
85. Steph, you require 147.
To buy herself more time, more chances, more opportunities.
97.
She'll be feeling that confident.
59.
There'll be a fleeting thought of going
Steph,
straight for the ball.
50.
She resists. And she was right to do so. That's a fantastic way to win a 15-darter to close the door on Trina Gulliver as Clark picks up her second victory of the campaign, second of the day as well, and makes things very, very interesting in that race for Group B. But we're going to return to the race for the top of the table next as Gemma Hayter's back in action, taking on Viinikainen.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
So just 3 fixtures left to play on Tuesday here at the Modus Super Series Women's Week. Viinikainen up next against Gemma Hayter, top of the table at the moment. Vicky Pruim against Trina Gulliver in the penultimate clash, and then the curtain closes with Clark against Ashton. The table looks like this. Hayter on 16 points, looking to move to 18 with a win in this next game. Lisa Ashton trying to make sure that she is visible in the rear-view mirror, at least, of Gemma Hayter going into the final day of action. Gulliver remains third despite that defeat to Clark before the break. Clark maybe has put herself in contention for a top 3 finish with Vicky Pruim and Kirsi Viinikainen sandwiched between them. And it is Viinikainen back in action now, facing Hayter in the pair's final throws of the day. Don't quite know what to expect now from Gemma. We thought we knew very well what to expect. Just her to win and keep winning. But she did suffer that setback with a 3-0 defeat to Trina Gulliver and a reoccurrence of a shoulder issue. But boy, did she bounce back and play through it very well in a 3-1 victory against Vicky Pruim that followed.
Get the victory here, and then it's job done for the day, isn't it? Go back, rest up, and keep that points on the table in regards to the advantage.
Game on.
The legs column has dwindled away very slightly. 10 legs has very quickly become 5. For as long as she keeps that advantage on the points column, it does mean that she can resist Lisa Ashton tomorrow, despite Lisa Ashton, if she was to take that victory.
95.
Sort of little bit of optimism with what you've just described there is Ashton is now within 6 legs, isn't she? Which means that that's the maximum reverse you can get if she beats her 3-0. If she's 5 legs behind her, then she overtakes at that point. But there will be plenty more twists and turns. As we mentioned, that match is there first tomorrow as well. So make sure you are tuned in from 9:30 a.m. That's UK time, live on Pluto TV. Many of you may still be watching on the Super Series YouTube channel at the moment, but make sure that you do download that Pluto app. The end of next week, in fact, the Legends League finals next week, that will be exclusive on Pluto TV, including in the UK, Germany, Switzerland, Austria and Denmark. In territories where Pluto's not available, you will be able to continue viewing, of course, for free on the YouTube channel, but it's absolutely free, Pluto TV. Download the app on your smart TV or your favourite smart device. Stream now, pay never.
45. $95. Kirsi require 135.
We're talking about the legs difference here, though, but Viinikainen gets the victory here. Lisa Ashton will fancy the chances to join Gemma Hayter on the points.
$63.
Yeah, things could be very, very interesting going into that final day and that first clash
82.
between the pair tomorrow. Ashton and
72.
Hayter, it's their first game, game 2 of Wednesday morning's Arrows action. Viinikainen looking to throw her spanner into the works here by taking out 72 on tops.
52.
And has Hayter
Gemma,
got a trick up her sleeve?
108.
She wants to stay there, and she did find it. It came out, though, and that's the problem when you've got a dart in such close proximity to the target you're going for.
29. Kirsi required 20.
For the opening leg and the holder throw.
Game shot on the first leg. Kirsi Viinikainen.
That right there was the face of
Second
concern from Gemma Hayter.
First. Game on.
It's just become a struggle, hasn't it? And it's going to motivate her even more to ensure she stays top of the table. If you are new to the Modus Super Series format, the winner of Group A gets a free pass to the Saturday night action, meaning they get 2 days off where all of the other players have to continue playing on Thursday and Friday to book their spots in the finale. Gemma Hayter, because she suffered that injury last time she was here, really wanted to have that 2-day break, and it's come back and playing for 5 days. You could even be looking at a scenario where the favourite for the week doesn't get through.
Robin Byrne, Lorraine Winstanley and Laura Turner waiting in Group B.
81.
Which is where positions 2 and 3 will be moving to on Thursday and Friday night.
Well, this leg started with a magnificent
83.
maximum from Viinikainen, putting pressure on Hayter's throat.
$60. $100.
She's in the situation earlier on and hit a lovely 140 to leave tops. Doesn't want to be following in the footsteps of Damon Hayter, Dirk van Dijvenbode, who have bust this shot.
140.
I think that thought certainly crossed her mind. There was a slight smirk on the face before throwing that last dart, but she took care and might be taking care of the league leader here.
140.
Good response, but nothing she can do.
40.
A 180 to start the leg, a 140 to leave this double top. Which she pins to double her advantage and to heap the pressure on Gemma Hayter.
Third leg, it's Kersey to throw first. Game on.
She thought it was her throw as well. She's a little lost up there.
$125.
I mean, this is a solid performance here from Viinikainen. By far the best performance we've seen from her so far this week, and I wonder how much of that does come down to the fact that Gemma has been vocal about the issues she's having with the arm, telling the players at the end of things, and I'm sure would have been in the back room mentioning it as well, and maybe has just set the scene for a little bit of weakness here, which Viinikainen is pouncing all over.
Well, some say play the board, don't they? But have you been in positions where you've seen some weakness in your opponent and that's enabled you to feed off it?
Yeah, absolutely.
108.
Nothing weak about that visit, which levels the leg score, but she needed a 180 to do that.
$100.
3 good visits here for Viinikainen. 125. 125 and a ton to get down to a finish after 9. Average of just shy of 95.
27.
This isn't just the performance of Viinikainen's week. This is the performance of the week, full stop.
And it's also a result if it is 3-0. That means Lisa Ashton could be top of the table 41 by the end of the day. Who thought we'd be saying that?
Well, when Gemma Hayter got the victory over Lisa Ashton very early on today, 3 legs to 1,
140.
there was a concern, there was a thought that maybe this group would be done very early.
This game could be done now. Double top to take out a second 110 checkout of the campaign.
90.
Just underneath, and Hayter breathes again, but she's going to have to hit this.
Desperate shot. Desperate times. Mainly be a dart at the ball.
59. Kersey required 20.
Well, she gave it every chance. But a dream start has taken a negative turn for Gemma Hayter on this Women's Week. Those misses mean
no score.
She may still get the chance to turn this tie around. The next 10 minutes could be huge. If indeed there is going to be that kind of length left in this match. Hayter has to hit. It wasn't a bad dart. Still rolling the shoulder. Huge moment.
9. Kersey required 20.
Comes back to finish the job.
Game shot and the match.
And it's a win for the Finn. As Gemma Hayter suffers a second defeat of the day, a second 3-0 defeat of the day and offers all sorts of optimism to Lisa Ashton, who, if she wins by that scoreline in her final match, could end up top of the table going into the final day. Great win for Viinikainen, fantastic performance. Hayter struggles take nothing away from that. 83.5 the average, a maximum apiece in there as well. And Kiersey moves up to third place with that victory. Level on points with Trina Gulliver, who's in action next against Vicky Pruim. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taking Britain! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Oki.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out of my head were 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Everyone knows. Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
If we can't enjoy and get carried away by what he's achieving right now, what is the point?
I actually thought at one point, this is going to be a world record. This is going to smash any record. You don't get many finals with averages like that in. Probably the best performance in a final I've ever refereed.
We did lower the age limit for Luke Littler.
I'm fascinated with the whole Luke Littler situation. The Littler effect is taking effect. Of that, there's no doubt.
I guess Luke, bless him, was a test case for us.
What was the story when Luke Littler lost in the World Final? The story was Luke Littler losing the World Final. It wasn't Luke Humphries wins the World Championship. That's going to get people's back up.
Let the boy play darts.
Be careful what you wish for.
How many youngsters have come through that you've all said this is going to be the next big thing? Where are they?
It's mentally tough
what he's going through right now, so I did understand where Gary Anderson was coming from.
The media are needed.
Honestly, you haven't got a clue.
If we can't just be excited and embrace that, yeah, I'm out.
Give yourselves a pat in the back.
It's up to the media themselves to be responsible.
Well, this is going to be the next big thing. That's it. Pressure's on him. All goes Pete Tong. Where is he now?
Where is he now? Indeed, the story of Luke Littler on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV, 8:45 tonight. That's UK time. Also, a little bit later this afternoon, you can watch the best of Luke Littler highlights from his time in the live lounge. And a fantastic documentary and plenty of other fabulous stuff to watch on the channel. Make sure that you
First
are
leg, it's Vicky to throw first.
one of those who's already set up for the exclusive switch to Pluto TV with the app downloaded on your smart TV or smart device. And you can watch not just that type of content, but of course this type, the live action,
Jet
6 days a
22.
week, 50 weeks a year, including special weeks like this one, which features 12 women battling it out to be crowned the Queen of Super Series darts, following in the footsteps of Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who won the first Women's Week last year.
60.
Vicky Pruim made that finals night. Trina Gulliver has not yet made a finals night at the Super Series. Can this week be the week? She's
39.
looking to respond to actually being usurped from third place. Kirsty Viinikainen now occupies that spot. It's been a bit of musical chairs, hasn't it? And if Pruim wins this game, then all
43.
three of those will be on 8 points, and it's kind of going to be as you were, because they're all on 4 coming into today.
Well, the middle part of the day, it looked like it was taking shape, and we knew the direction of things were going. In fact,
100.
Trina Gulliver looking good for that third position. Gemma Hayter looking pretty locked in at the top, but we've seen change in position 3. We may see change at the top of the
42.
table as well. Lisa Ashton takes on Steph Clark in the final game, and that's her chance to close that gap in on Gemma Hayter that she did extend at one point to 4 points and a serious
118.
leg difference of plus 10. We thought at that point maybe it was too much to turn around.
81.
One thing we have said though about this Women's Week is that the levels seem very evenly matched.
100.
I thought actually Gemma Hayter made a great point herself. She said you could put another completely different 12 women in and still get the same standard. I think that's where the women's game has got to now. There was a time when
Trini require 84.
it was maybe 4 or 5 players. I think you're up to 24 or 25 now.
$52. $45. Trini require 32.
Well, are those darts proving awkward?
No
It
score.
was open enough.
Vicky require
She couldn't find it.
164. $41. Trini require 32. Game shot on the first
No
leg.
problems this
Trina
time
Gulliver.
for Trina Gulliver. Gets the breaker throw in the end.
Second leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
But still throwing here with plenty of purpose and still got that
100.
aggression in the action, which is really good. Something we said was great for her playing her best darts, and she wasn't able to do it across the whole 5 games yesterday. In fact, she wasn't able to
6.
play like this for the entirety of a game yesterday. We're sort of mixing up the throw between this firm style and almost just trying to float it in and hope, where today is making it count.
121. $60.
Yeah, it's been impressive stuff from Gulliver today. Wins against Kirsty Viinikainen And of course, Gemma Hayter.
41. $100.
Set back a couple of games ago when she was beaten by Steph Clark. She went from one of her best performances to one of her worst, and again it goes back to that inconsistency
99.
we spoke about earlier today.
And then comes back to maybe just a bit over sort of standard for the week. It's like
22.
a lap of the
Trini
Big Dipper,
require
this one for
140.
Trina Gulliver.
Well, she has to stay there to leave a double.
45.
But it was always going to prove difficult. Throwing from a very unnatural position with a barricade of barrels in front of the target.
59. Trini require
Switch to the
95.
19s there. Coming a bit too late for Vicky Pruim.
$32.
A bit of a mess there for Trina. It's left it quite tricky. Although, numbers-wise, doesn't look like a big shot. It's one of those that if the first dart doesn't go right, you're only getting
81.
a maximum
Trini
of a
require
dart at a double.
63.
The first dart doesn't go right. 57 remaining. The maximum of one dart of the double.
23.
But she needs a bit more.
Vicky require 119.
Possibly the worst finish on a dartboard, 119.
Well, they'll certainly feel it now.
43.
Trina
Trini
looking at
require
tops
40.
for 2-0.
No score. Vicky requires
Really good
76.
focus from Trina Gulliver, but couldn't find the target on that occasion. It just offers a chance to Pruim. Same target, only one dart.
56.
Can't find it either.
Trini require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Trina Gulliver.
It's be a good day for Trina Gulliver if she can get over the line here.
Third leg. It's Vicky to
Could
throw
be
first.
3
Game
wins
on.
from 5 and a healthy leg difference.
60.
Just going back to that 119 finish. Why I suggest it's one of the worst finishes on a dart. It's one of those awkward ones where
100.
if you get the treble with the first dart, you don't really feel like you're in too much of a benefit. Treble 19 would leave you 62. So essentially you've got to go for the 12 corridor to leave the bullseye and kind of hope you hit the treble. And if you do, then it leaves you an odd double as well.
40. $85. $45.
We have seen games turn around. And we're talking about a player in Trina Gulliver who has shown flashes of brilliance, but then has had little off spells. All the ingredients are there for this one to get close.
58. $85. $40. Vicky require 153. $57. $98. Vicky require 96.
Well, she may have to take this. Treble 17 required. Gulliver will get a match-winning opportunity.
26. Trina, you require 120. $60. Vicky requires 70. $50. Trina, you require 60.
Is that the last chance for Pruim to stay in it? Can Gulliver grab glory? Double 10. There it is.
And the match.
A job well
Trina
done
Gulliver.
for Trina Gulliver. A 3-0 success to finish her second day. And it's a second day. That's an improvement on her first. It's a couple of wins yesterday, followed by 3 today, meaning she's now won half of her matches and is sitting pretty in third place in the Group A table. Vicky Pruim goes down 3-0. Gulliver wins. Last match, Steph Clark against Lisa Ashton. Next.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Russ when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Here is how the table looks with just 1 game left to play on Tuesday. Lisa Ashton's going to face Steph Clark. Gemma Hayter, top of the table. Lisa Ashton could replace her if she gets the right result in that one. She'll be level on points with a win. Trina Gulliver occupies 3rd place after that victory over Vicky Pruim. Trina has joined me in the studio for a chat. Trina, over the last couple of days, you've won half of your matches. How do you feel about how it's gone so far?
Yeah, not too bad. My consistency isn't great, and I'm either playing quite all right, or next minute I'm hitting 5. So, that's got to change. And going into tomorrow, I'm happy with where I am at the moment. Yeah. There's been
an improvement in terms of results. 2 wins yesterday, 3 today. Do you feel there's been an improvement in terms of performance as well?
Yeah, slightly. Yeah, I think you're just getting used to it. You're just feeling your way in again. And although we've done it several times, kind of thing. It's just that memento and going forward sort of thing.
Yesterday started well for you. Today you had Lisa Ashton, your good friend, in the first match. She got the win over you there, and she will be thanking you, won't she? Because you had a fantastic win over Gemma Hayter when nobody else had beaten her.
Yeah. It's I was glad to get I think that was a 3-0 win, was it? And I was glad to get that and get them 3 points, kind of thing. Them 3 legs. So yes, would have done her a favour, but it doesn't excuse her from beating me 3-0, Lisa.
Well, you'll get your chance for revenge tomorrow. Just looking at this, I mean, best leg of the day for you, a 13-darter in the second leg against Gemma here. Your performance in this match was brilliant, but we did see Gemma in this game starting to feel her shoulder a little bit. It's something she struggled with when she was here for a full week last time. What's it like for you to not sort of... Look, you're a nice person, Trina, aren't you? What's it like for you to put that sympathy aside and get on with getting the job done?
Yeah, it you do have to put it aside. But yeah, I could tell... Before she come out, she said that she was struggling, which probably wasn't the best thing to say, because that gives me a confidence boost straight away. Now's your time to kind of like get her. But yeah, she was really struggling, bless her, and she's got a bit of an issue there now.
Yeah, she did say yesterday when she was here as well, she was really determined because she was aware of the issue that she wanted to win this group, get the 2 days off. So she'll have extra motivation to do that. You obviously didn't help her with this leg and this performance in it, but regardless of how Gemma was feeling, how good was it for you to just go up there against someone who's not lost a game yet and play like that and get a win?
It's a confidence boost, and I did play well in that game. So it does give you that bit of an uplift, and takes you into the next one, and you look back at it and think, well, that's a good result. That's a good result. So go forward from that.
Lisa and Gemma both obviously battling out for top spot. Is your target now to try and get into that Group B tomorrow night?
Yeah, I think realistically, it's to try and get into the Group B. I mean, I'd like to be at the top, but I don't think on my performance so far, I don't think that's going to happen. So, I'm just going to go all out for it, but I'll be happy to get into the B spot.
You've not been on stage yet, well, not in that capacity anyway, playing capacity at a finals night. How big would that be for you? How much of an aim is that for you this week?
Yeah, I'd love it. Obviously, it's everybody's aim to get up there, and I'd love to do it, but I've still got a lot of hard work to do.
Yeah, there's some really good players coming into this group as well. I mean, you're 10-time world champion. Lisa Ashton's 4-time world champion, but later in the week there's some really emerging talents, the likes of Sophie McKinley, Paige Pauling, all coming in. It's a really interesting time for women's darts, isn't it?
It is, and you've got that youth coming in, and they're making a big impact. And Sophie had a good run in Lakeside, and Paige won her world championship as well, the youth world championship. So they're going to be tough. They're going to be tough players, and they're real contenders.
And while we've got you for a moment, just looking ahead for the rest of the year, what are your plans, ambitions for 2025?
Well, I'm going to do the PDC tour again, the women's series, and the women's ADC as well. I'm going to be doing a bit of that. So, and joining you in the commentary box would be really nice.
I'll have a word with the boss, see what he can do. Right, let's get the final match underway then. The players are ready, and Matthew Edgar is in that commentary box where I'll be joining him.
Sounds like a busy year ahead for Trina Gulliver, who's not ready to put it down just yet, but Lisa Ashton about to throw down, and a chance here for Lisa Ashton to take that top position. The position they're all eyeing up. Now, Lisa Ashton can do that here in this game if she is to beat Steph Clark, the player who is currently sat bottom of the table, who has picked up a couple of victories today. 2 victories coming in match number 2 and her recent one, match number 4. where she did get the better of Trina Gulliver by 3 legs to 1. But Lisa Ashton currently on plus 9 legs. Gemma Hayter top of the table, 2 points clear on plus 11.
First leg, it's Steph to throw first. Game on.
What that means for Lisa Ashton is a 3-0 success here, and she will be guaranteed to be leaving here
140
after the second day's worth of play, top of the table.
60.
A good opening salvo from Steph Clark. If Lisa's thinking this is going to be a breeze, well, that thought process would have been corrected
100.
quickly.
We posed a question, didn't we, in the last game, which Steph Clark beat Trina Gulliver by 3 legs to 1, and when she got her nose in front and when
44.
she was in a good position, she started to play better and started to produce her best starts. And some people like playing from behind, playing the underdog role. Some people like front running. And we're potentially seeing a few signs here that Steph Clark's one of those people that like to be a front runner, that like to be in front. And certainly you can tell in the demeanour or the pace in which she's playing the game.
140.
Whenever she gets in front, just seems to be a little bit quicker.
45.
101 for
BC
an immediate break.
101.
Then here for Ashton in pursuit of that top spot. Not going to get this check out.
69.
But she does leave
Steph,
it
you require
perfectly placed.
88.
So no margin for error here for Steph Clark. And that is an error. Has to rescue it on treble 17. Well, she went for a treble 19. Didn't get it.
40. BC require 32. Game shot on the
And
first
Lisa
leg.
Ashton
Lisa
does get that. So first blood to Ashton. And that chance to go top of the table.
Second leg, it's
He's
Lisa
very
to
much
throw
in sight.
first. Game on. 58. $100. $40. 80. 125.
Going through the gears now. Lisa Ashton, one final push to finish top of the table.
140.
Keep saying how unlikely it felt, but when she did lose to Gemma Hayter by 3
45.
legs to 1, it did look like she was going to be going into a Group B campaign.
30.
There's an interesting glimpse into the mentality of a champion talking to Trina Gulliver just then, wasn't it? When she was very aware of
Steph, you
Gemma
require
Hayter's struggles.
151.
But when she told her, I don't feel great, my shoulders, and she was in the back of her mind thinking, happy days, I'm gonna pounce.
BC require 96.
Probably not in the back of her mind, probably right at the forefront of it. And had there been anyone around, she'd have probably said
80.
jackpot.
Steph, you require 54.
Top here for Clark. Almost.
34.
But can't use
BC
that guide, and
require
Ashton
16.
can double her advantage here.
Game shot on the second leg. Lisa Ashton.
Happens all the way through the sport as well. I remember with my time on the Pro Tour, I was there for 11 years. I've heard quite a lot of stories over the time, and you'll see a player sort of limp into the room and everyone's like, oh, I want to play him.
140.
Well, as we were saying, for the first time after any round of fixtures
41.
in this group, Lisa Ashton could find herself in pole position going into the final day.
6.
How it's turned around, as Matthew mentioned, that second game of her day, a 3-1 defeat to Gemma Hayter. It looked like the race was run, and Hayter was going to disappear into the distance, but 2 defeats since then for Hayter, and Ashton's continued to win against every other opponent.
120.
And she could find herself at the top, albeit level on points. $100. Great leg of darts, so this from Steph Clark.
140. Steph, you require 81.
Well, the single 12 would have given her a dart at the bullseye.
Require 106.
She knows Ashton's more than capable of converting this, but she won't on this occasion.
70. Steph, you require 50.
To use an extra dart there by missing the big single, and Lisa Ashton well within range now to get the job done.
Game shot and the match, Lisa Ashton.
And the job is done. Lisa Ashton, with a 3-0 win, goes to the top of the table. Steady darts all day from the Lancashire Rose, and she replaces Gemma Hayter at the summit of the stack with that 3-0 whitewash win over Steph Clark. She remains bottom, but a much better day for her, a couple of wins to her name. But it is Ashton who has turned things around in Group A, and we will be hearing from her, so do stay tuned after this break. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler. Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2 turns the game in his favour. Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Oki.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out and make me head were 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for?
Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. So that brings an end to day 2 of Women's Week 2, and it's a day that's had twists and turns throughout. Gemma Hayter won her first 2 matches, including against Lisa Ashton. At that point, it looked like she was going to pull clear, but the standout result, really, a 3-0 win for Trina Gulliver against Gemma Hayter. That opened the door for Lisa, and she carried on beating all her other opponents. 3-0 wins in her last couple of games, including against Steph Clark. That's actually now taken Lisa to the top of the Group A table. Level on points with Gemma Hayter, but ahead just by a leg there. Trina Gulliver sits in 3rd place after a good day for her. Viinikainen 2 behind her. Vicky Pruim 2 behind her. And Steph Clark got 2 wins as well today, having not got any yesterday. So a much more competitive day all round. And I'm delighted to say that Lisa Ashton has joined us for a chat. Lisa, when you came, you didn't have a clue you were top of the table, but you must be pleased to see that.
No, definitely not. No, I didn't know. I thought Gemma was way in front, so I thought if I just get the win and just stay near Gemma as much as I can.
Did you think going into today that if you didn't beat Gemma, then that was pretty much going to be it, and she was going to go and win this group?
Yeah, I did. I thought when she beat me then, I thought all I can do is just stay in the top 3, try and get through in the next one, and then just keep playing and then just see what everybody else does. But yeah, I'm happy to just be there where I am. Yeah, Trina did you a favour, beat her 3-0. Fantastic performance from Trina as well. And we've seen all the other players really come to life a bit today. Steph Clark picking up a couple of wins as well. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they're all settling in now. Like I said yesterday, you can't underestimate Trina. She can do some stuff. But yeah, it's great because everybody's just disrupting everything now at the minute. So it's great showing the ladies what they can do. Yeah, the winners, aren't they? You can't underestimate Lisa Ashton either, a 4-time world champion. They know how to win darts matches, don't they? And we've seen that today.
Yeah, and I think what Lisa was saying there as well about the players and disrupting everything, I think is the best way to put what we've just seen across the back end of this day. We looked at the live in-play table at one point. Gemma Hayter was 4 points clear, 10 legs difference clear, and we said that with this shorter format being the best of 5 rather than the best of 7, that we didn't think that leg difference could really be turned around, and what we needed to see was a lot of 3-0s. Then Lisa goes and wins a couple 3-0, Gemma Hayter loses a couple 3-0, and all of a sudden it's wide open again. And I think that sort of a real expectation now that what we can see for the rest of this week and in the groups going forward, that actually I don't think anything's going to go by the book, and there's going to be upsets and shocks and surprises all the way through this week. Yeah, let's hope so. The finishing was fantastic at times today. There was a couple of really good checkouts. There was a lovely tops in there where the darts were so close together. That must be pleasing aspect for you. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, some of the checkouts are doing well and that. So I'm happy. Yeah, it's all coming together. So hopefully I can keep going for another day. And you sealed it with a brilliant bullseye as well. Always sweet, isn't it, when that goes in? Yeah, definitely. It's always 50-50. When that went in, I was like, yeah, so happy with that. And how good was this, Matt? Because again, we're talking about that ability to win the key moments. Steph's on 32 there in a race to 3. A game can turn around quite quickly, can't it? So to hit that just shows what Lisa's made of. I think that's been Lisa's day. I think every time that it's come to a situation where she needs to find something, she has. But that ultimately is why she's won those 17 Women's Series titles, 4 world titles, amongst many other titles around the world, because of situations and moments like that. And that's the thing that separates the players. And Lisa's done it for years, and I'm sure we'll do it for many more. Yeah, well, look, you've had a fantastic career. Let's look ahead for a moment. 2025, obviously you're here. You've decided not to go to qualifying school. A couple of ladies have. You're still the only woman to have ever come through that. A fantastic honour. Do you see someone else maybe managing to match that? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've always said all the way along is I think Bo's the strongest one we've got in the women's darts at the minute, who can get a tour card. I'm happy I did it. It's time for the youngers now. So yeah, I think Bo is the strongest one we've got at the minute. How far do you think Bo could go, though? Because when we look at it and we go, when's the first female winner on the PDC, Bo looks like the most likely candidate for that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the standards she's doing, and she's progressing all the time, which is brilliant. I think she can go. Once she's got more confidence in herself to play in the men, I think she can do. And I think once she gets that progressive in herself, I think she'll go a long way. And she's kind of done it her own way, hasn't she? She's not rushed herself. She's decided to play in whatever she wants, whenever she wants. It's kind of something that you've done in your career. You've not sort of
nailed yourself, tied yourself down to anything. You've just done what suits you.
Yeah, she's done her own mind, which all credit to her. She's done what she wanted to do, not being pushed and everything. She wants to do the Women's Series. Now she's saying it's a step up now. She wants to do the Q School and go into PDC. She thinks that's the next level for her. It's fantastic. Hopefully she'll do it and she'll keep going, and I think she'll do some damage.
But you've got all sorts of options yourself now, of course, playing here at the Super Series, Women's Weeks and normal weeks as well, ADC, WDF, seniors, and I can say that because you've only got to be over 45, so that's all right, isn't it?
Thanks.
So, but are you planning to sort of play as much as possible this year?
I am, yeah, this year, yeah. I didn't do much last year. Like I said, I've had surgery, I'm coming back, but like I said, I'm going to be calculating myself. It's relearning and just step myself back up. But yeah, I'm going to do a lot more and hopefully get back where I know I can do.
And you mentioned that as well, the surgery. We saw you struggle at times last year. We've seen Gemma Hayter struggle a little bit today. How comfortable have you felt so far this week?
Yeah, I feel comfortable. Yeah, I've got confidence in my arm. I've got confidence in my throw. It's like my scoring's coming back and my double is. I've just got to keep going and keep progressing, and my ability, hopefully, all comes back and I can show what I can do.
Well, let's just have a quick look at the names left to come in this week's action. Laura Turner, Lorraine Winstanley and Robin Byrne in Group B. Sophie McKinley, a name you might not want reminding of. Lisa in Group C. Paige Paulding, 16 years of age, and Katie Sheldon. Looking at that, I think you probably do want to win this group and get out of the way until Saturday.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, look at that Group C. All the young guns, they've no fear. What Sophie's done in the World Championship, absolutely. Paige Paulding and Katie, absolutely. Hopefully I can get out and just meet these on the Saturday night. But whoever we play, it's great to just say the darts is in a good place.
Certainly is, and you're in a good place going into tomorrow, top of the table. Thanks for talking to us. Myself and Matthew Edgar will reflect a little bit more on what's happened today with all the other players and preview tomorrow's action after this short break.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage of chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another factor. It's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires, and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
I thought I was going to win a lot more titles, but I haven't, and who knows why. The best feeling ever. You know, I was so nervous, I was just thinking, I was watching in the back room. Come on, Damon.
Will you ever shave the beard, or is it here to stay?
Yeah, and you can catch that Tungsten Talk where Simon Whitlock speaks to Paul Nicholson just after 4 p.m. today here on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV. But myself and Matthew Edgar are just going to reflect on today's live action. Look, Matt, we just spoke to Lisa Ashton. Very happy to be top of the table, very surprised to be top of the table, but probably deserves it on the balance of play over the last 2 days.
Been the statistical best player, certainly on day one, even though Gemma Hayter got the results, and once again today. So on this occasion, the league table and the data, the averages, they do match up. Lisa Ashton been playing well, been responding well, and like you say, probably deservedly the player at the top, because over a 10-game sample has been the better player.
The last two players we spoke to actually both referred to this result. Trina sort of said to me, well, Lisa always seems to beat me 3-0. She'll be gunning for her tomorrow. All smiles at the end, but it's the way to start your days, and it emphatically say to the player you're chasing, I'm going to be there with these results. If you're off it, then I'm going to pounce.
Well, if that is the story, then that's going to be interesting tomorrow, isn't it? Because one of the very early fixtures is Gemma Hayter and Lisa Ashton. And the way it's poised at the moment, I think it's one of those where if Lisa Ashton wins it, I think she's going to start pulling away. It's one where Lisa Ashton could play herself back into it through the day. Gemma Hayter, I feel that's probably going to be a must-win game for her early on.
How concerned are you for Gemma Hayter with that injury sort of surfacing quite early in the week?
It is a concerning sign, and the fact that it's affected the performance so much in the fact that the drop-off from Gemma Hayter, that's going to affect the confidence, the belief, the trust that you've got in yourself. She's then maybe going to try mixing up the practice a little bit, maybe try not to practice as much to try and save herself for the game scenario, which means then she's going to go on underprepared and ultimately hoping the dartboard gives her the answer. Rather than the side of the hockey she's standing there with confidence, she's waiting for a result of where the darts are landing to tell her she's playing well. And with that, if it doesn't start well, it doesn't go well.
Just quickly, actually, on that first match between them tomorrow, Lisa and Gemma, is it in a way the best time for Gemma to play Lisa Ashton, because she hasn't had any wear and tear throughout the day before she meets her?
Yeah, certainly, because I think if she loses that game, I think that'll be it. I think Lisa Ashton will run away with it. I don't see Lisa Ashton making the same mistake of letting a lead slip. And you don't expect that from a multiple-time world champion that Lisa Ashton is, and the experience that she's got as well. And it goes back to that line that Lisa said on the very first thing when we started this week, and she said, I'm going to use my experience while others are learning. And we've got to remember Gemma Hayter's only been back in the game again, really, certainly on a competitive level for the last 12 months. And when she's coming back to the game, it's not like she's returning to it to a level she used to play at. This is all new still for Gemma Hayter. We get that when she comes up for an interview and she goes, oh, this is the worst bit, because, again, that's the part that she's still sort of learning, the media side of it and the dealing with the interviews and putting the point across. So I think that's must-win for Gemma, where I think Lisa takes it, she's going to run away with it.
And Trina Gulliver did exactly that, didn't she? Used her experience with Gemma Hayter, maybe learning a lesson about not giving your opponent too much information.
It happens all the way across. I've seen players limping into Pro Tours or showing signs of an issue, and then literally everyone wanting to play that player, and they're looking through, have I got so-and-so today? Have I got so-and-so? And soon as they see the draw and they see who they've got, oh, look who's lucky today, he's lucky, he's got a $3,000 or £750, whatever the prize money is at the time. And it's the same when someone goes on a losing streak, everyone becomes aware of it, and then everyone wants to play that player. So it was one of those, keep it close to the chest at times, don't let people know. any scenario where you can gain an advantage. I did an interview after my World Championship game after I played Mike Kivenhoven, and I knew he needed to win that game to keep his tour card. So I reminded him about it constantly, but in a friendly way. I was like, so, oh, you're safe anyway, aren't you? You don't need to win this. No, I need to win this. And it was his debut. I'm like, oh, well, you've got experience here. No, this first. And I made him say all the things that he probably didn't want to think about, but I asked him questions about him to make those come forward. So if you're going to volunteer that information, that's probably something that Gemma's probably learned not to do here. Certainly if she watches back the reaction to that from Trina Gulliver.
And we all thought it was just about throwing darts, the mind games that go on. But Trina really did pounce, didn't she? A 3-0 win, fantastic performance.
Yeah, and I think Trina's been really good today. The way in which she's thrown the dart, the sort of aggression and purpose within it. I spoke about it a lot today, but it was something I really made note of yesterday. And to see her be able to sustain that throughout the day shows why she got a lot more consistency in there, because it wasn't dipping between two throats.
Yeah, followed it with that 3-0 win against Vicky Pruim as well. 3 wins today, building blocks from yesterday. She's in pole position for a Group B place, but there's going to be a little bit of a race there, isn't there, as well? Vicky Pruim and Kirsty Viinikainen very much in contention.
Yeah, I think Vicky Pruim today maybe didn't get as much going in the scoring aspect. We spoke about 38% on the doubles yesterday and that being a real asset, but you've got to get there first. And then you've got to hope that that's still the same in terms of the doubles power if you're not going to get as many opportunities. And I felt she just lacked opportunities today and really has to get that sort of scoring power going tomorrow.
Talking about the other players in the group, I mean, we saw the results spread out a little bit more. Steph Clark, 2 wins. She must be much happier than she was after a winless debut yesterday.
And more like herself today as well in regards to what we've seen from her out there on the PDC Women's Series. You know, she's not far away from the Women's World Match Play. I think 6 places away from a qualifying place at the moment. So the start of the season is going to be vital for her. So maybe, you know, over Christmas period, how much do people practice? Certainly when it's not your profession and your job and you're not doing it on a regular basis. Maybe we've just seen it ease into 2025 and maybe one of those players that we see do okay in a Group A, show a few signs, and then when they get that Group C campaign, that's when we see the real side of them.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that actually, going into a secondary group. We've seen that a lot of players not even win a match or win only 1 or 2 matches and then get through a Group C, for example. But we've been saying in comms quite a lot, it looks like the advantageous place to be is that Thursday and Friday night Group B. Who do you think is going to get that final spot, assuming that the other one is, of course, going to be Hayter or Ashton?
I think we've seen plenty from Trina Gulliver today to suggest it could be Trina. And if she can sustain what we've seen today in regards to the action and the technical side of her game, I don't see any reason why Trina can't take that 3rd spot.
Well, the darts never stops here on Pluto TV. Of course, we are bringing you action 24/7, and we're bringing you live action all throughout 2025, and we've got a few new things coming your way. Starting next week, Legends League is going to take place. We've got some big names in that, including the debut for Steve Beaton. Double Trouble will return. We're going to have some of these specials weeks halfway through the series as well, so we'll get 6 weeks of a series, then a specials week, complete the series with the Champions Weeks, 3 of those this year, and some other new concepts, including the international pairs, a kind of World Cup style event, and a Rising Stars week in August as well, 16 to 21-year-olds battling out in that before we close the year with the 2nd edition of the ADC Global Championship. Is there anything that you're particularly excited about on the calendar this year?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. I mean, the Legends League's always something I look forward to, seeing faces, seeing how they get on. Hopefully get a call up myself for that, being a legend of my own house. And also the Rising Stars Week as well. That's something that I'm really excited about. 16 to 21-year-olds, there's an absolute chasm of talent out there right now in regards to that sort of age group, and I think it's a great opportunity for that age group as well. We see the development tour at the moment, sort of 16 to 23, and there's been the argument of maybe those players like 21 to 23 have developed too much already, and maybe there's too much of a sort of a separation between the younger players. Well, now we're going to get to see what they can do without those 22, 23-year-olds in there. I think we're going to get some big performances. I think that could especially with the selection process that's going involved with that, I think that could be one of our strongest weeks that we ever have here at the Super Series in 25.
Yeah, there's certainly some fantastic talent as well out there. It won't restrict them from playing in the standard weeks of the Modus Super Series as well, so who knows, we might get another young champion. Just quickly on the International Pairs Week, playing for your country, that comes with a bit of pride, doesn't it?
It'll be different. Pairs is a completely different format. It's so much trickier. I mean, you can get a really good singles player who doesn't perform in pairs. We've seen it in the World Cup at times where you've got two players who you go, well, they should win it because the quality, but actually when you put them in a pairs event, you're spending a lot longer not throwing because there's 4 people on the stage, you're throwing 1 every 4. So instead of having 50% of the time of the hockey, you're only getting 25, which doesn't suit the rhythm players. It doesn't suit the players that like to get into a bit of a flow, and there'll be some surprises that week for sure. I can call that already.
But well, thank you for your company today. We'll see you again tomorrow. That's all coming up this year on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV in 2025. But coming up later on today, we are going to have a tungsten talk with Bo Greaves. That's following this live broadcast. Bo Greaves talks about her plans for the future, reflects on her incredible success as a young player, and whether or not she'll be focusing on playing in things like the Super Series or maybe bigger ambitions, as we just discussed with Lisa Ashton, who is sitting at the top of the table in Group A after 2 days play. What a turnaround when she lost that game to Gemma Hayter. It looked like it was done, but Ashton's turned it around and is going into tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. top of the tree. We will see you again then.